He'll be there schooling some ignorant
Gang,
creep,
gang.
or catch him on a gaming whim. But this ain't a game to him. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. So join Jovan and get your critical cap on. 'Cause there's a Bradley's baddie inside of me and you.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to stream. How you doing? How you feeling? How you cooling? How you killing? It's me, your host, Jovan. Hey, yo, how's it going? How's it popping? How's it kicking? I'm joined today. Jimmy, what the hell? Jimmy, your mic just went nuts. I thankfully muted you before that big pop on for stream, but I can hear it. Your mic's gone. It's static. It's nothing but static right now. Nothing but static. Jimmy, can you hear me? You are nothing but static, bro. So we're just gonna let Jimmy try to fix this. I muted him for you guys, so you guys don't need to hear. But in my ears, oh boy, it sounds bad. Oh man, Jimmy, it's nothing, bro. You might have to reset everything. While we let Jimmy do that, hi chat. I had to mute. Just let me know when you want me to unmute you for myself. I had to mute you for myself because it was getting loud. Hi chat. Welcome to stream, everybody. I was supposed to change the topics and I hadn't yet. So let's do that really quickly. One, I know Jimmy doesn't want to have the trans debate. He famously hates that debate. But I'm going to keep it on the board because someone in chat said that Jimmy talks too much and I don't get a chance to talk. So if I have that on the board, I can just keep him muted during the trans debate. But no, you're still muted, or is that on purpose? Okay, yeah. Jimmy's still muted on purpose. Okay. So let's see. For today's stream topics, we're gonna do Maga is. Wait, do we want to do like Maga is sexist, Maga is racist, Maga is homophobic, Maga is. What do we want to do for our topics today, chat? I didn't actually come up with, I didn't make any, which is on me. But what do we want to do for our topics today, chatty chat? What are you guys in? What fuels you, chat? What fuels you? Because it sure be fueling me. Someone said they accidentally just kicked their cat. They were supposed to cat. Before we get too far into it, Starfighter Chad, Mealy Bun, and Trans Dreamland, thank you for becoming the first people into the Twitch chat. The actual Mealy, the actual Mill, thank you so much for resubscribing for 1 month at tier 1. Mealy Bun, thank you for resubscribing for 8 months at tier 1. Starfighter Chad, thank you for resubscribing for 6 months at tier 1. Rent, thank you for resubscribing with Amazon Prime for 7 months. Shadow Wolf, 27, thank you for resubscribing for 4 months at tier 2. King Puff, thank you for resubscribing with Prime for 4 months. Flying Leech, thank you for resubscribing for 9 months at tier 1. B. Reneezy, thank you for resubscribing for 9 months at tier 1. Rain the Mancer, thank you for resubscribing for 6 months at tier 1. And B. Reneezy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I think I got all those out of the can. We're still waiting on Jimmy. I think I got it, guys. I got it. I think what we do is I texted Jimmy a really good what was it? You can't prove Trump is a good president. That's a great topic. You can't prove Trump is a good president. I'm going to keep trans men and women. Christianity is an untrue religion. Keeping that. We're going to get nix gender affirming care, nix Republicans with terrible policies. So then we'll have it be, we're going to say, MAGA, where you at? We're going to say, you can't prove Trump is a good president. Christianity is an untrue religion. Stop. No. Man, I don't know. What do we want the last two topics to be, chat? You help me, chat. This is the beauty of being in chat so early. You can help me come up with the last two topics. How white will the dance parties be in the Epstein/Trump ballroom? God damn. MAGA isn't pro-life. If we're gonna just do abortion, me and Jimmy would just put abortion. I could do pro-choice all 10 months. Pro-choice all 40 weeks, baby. What? Immigration is good. I don't mind doing an immigration topic, but immigration is good is not the one it should be. MAGA is uneducated. You know what? We're going to just piss them off. MAGA is, and we're going to say uneducated, sexist, racist. Any others? Uneducated, sexist, racist, homophobic. Actually, let's just go back to the linchpin, fascist. MAGA is a fascist movement. We're just going to go back to the linchpin. Fuck it. Fuck them. You heard me? Is Jimmy back? Let's find out. Say something.
I think so. Hello.
Yep. I got you back.
Hello, is it me you're looking for? This happened the other day. I think my soundboard. This is the shitty thing about like so many things now. It's like on the one hand, it's cool that things get firmware updates when they get new features.
Yeah.
But everything used to be analog, so you never had to do a firmware update. It either worked or it didn't. And I think the most recent firmware on my soundboard caused that issue.
Guys, how's volume between me and Jimmy? You're a little bit louder for me, but that's not a problem. I just want to see how volume is for chat. If chat's fine with it, then it's no biggie. It could just be that I had view up louder in my headphones. So chat, let us know how our volume is between the two of us, Jim Jam and I. Just so that we know. Whoever said volume is good. Okay, cool. Yes, we know Jimmy's delayed. I don't, it's too much effort to try to figure out why. Jimmy knows why, but
well, we know why.
Yeah, it's too much effort to try to fix. Yeah. Let me rephrase that.
White oppression.
White oppression. Yeah, no, this is reparations.
Yep. My audio is behind my video, or my video is behind my audio?
It's gonna be your audio is behind your video. That's what it always is.
My video is happening first, and then the audio is on a delay, right?
Yeah, it's because Jimmy's video is going straight into the streaming program, but his audio is going through my audio, my audio system, and then back into the streaming program. So there's just a delay, guys. I don't know what to tell you. It's not a big deal.
How bad's the delay? Is it a second, or is it 2 seconds, or what is it?
I don't know, because for me, you're not delayed. Chat sees the delay. We got a birthday party request real quick. Hold on.
I just put on a 30 frame delay. Did this fix it for people? Tell me if I need more or less frames added. Does this make it better?
It's gonna be trippy for me.
Yeah.
Because now you'll be delayed for me, but not for them. They said it's worse now.
It was only a half-second delay. Okay.
And they said now it's worse.
Seems to be about
birthday party.
So let's take that down to 50.
You could be a birthday party too.
That was loud.
You said the audio was coming after the video, right? So if I was to delay something on my end, delaying the video would have been the thing.
That's what I would have assumed.
How are we looking, people?
They said now it's perfect.
Are we good now? This is beautiful.
Is it? What did you do now?
And we fell in tech love. I did only 15 frames of video delay.
Oh, okay.
Instead of, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, can you output me my stream view?
Yeah. Are you not?
Yeah. Make my video source, whichever is the.
Oh, it's because last time you just see me. Now you should see. Good. Yeah. Now you should see what your stream sees. Okay, chat. Lines are open, everybody. Here we go.
Go back to the other way.
My God.
This sucks. I'm going to switch it to this way, and I'm going to record.
Like this?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
I like the other way.
Okay, guys, it's been a couple crazy days. Donald Trump bombed Nigeria. For anyone that didn't see, Trump decided I'm going to hit Nigeria. We got another birthday redeem. Hold on. Another birthday coming through. I don't think, Jimmy, I don't think you can hear the birthday songs. But birthday song.
I hear no birthday songs.
Twitch users can redeem a birthday song. You were almost in key. You were almost in the right key.
Nice. I felt like your intro song, I should have been wearing a terrible sweater.
It is meant to resemble the Full House theme.
Mm.
Some high quality H2O. Okay.
Delicious.
All right, everybody. Okay.
I can't record without the delay. Fuck.
Oh, like your...
On my end, now the delay makes it look like shit. If I record, I'm not going to worry about it.
It looks great for us.
For the chips.
Yeah, no, he's eating right into the mic. It's fine. I do it all the time.
I forgot that the mic was open.
Listen, chat. Let's go over our topics real quick again, just so we all know them. Why did Trump bomb Nigeria? Because he wants to end the Christian genocide. The thing that's not happening, by the way. Just so we all know. The thing that is not happening in Nigeria.
The funny thing is, like, just all of the bullshit about Trump is the anti-war president, blah, 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 blah. And then you actually go and you look at the death tolls of the people who are being attacked by ISIS. And it turns out Muslims are also getting hit. But this is apparently about protecting Christianity. And what was the whole thing about America? We shouldn't be the world police. Why are we going over there and get involved? We're not a Christian nation. So if you're saying the motivation is to protect Christians, you're already like going beyond what the nation is. And then if you want to say because there is ISIS is out of control and we need to help them over there, you can go ahead and say that and make your case for it. But then you need to drop the whole like that you aren't an interventionist like world police bullshit that you aren't interested in. And let's just be clear. He's just trying to do as much as he can to be the fully super duper into war, strong military figurehead person while also claiming he's the guy who ends wars. The whole thing's redacted.
Now, speaking of wars, let's talk about the war in these financial streets. Guys, if you want to support the stream, if you want to make sure we keep the stream running, there are a couple ways to support. One is being a sub over on Twitch. Subbing on Twitch is a great way to support. Speaking of which, Frostymus, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. Welcome in. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You can also become a channel member on YouTube. Now, there are my channel members to my personal channel, but there's also Jimmy's got channel members to his channel and the line. So you can have channel members to all those things. You can also send subs and memberships over on I Do Like My Subs. Thank you, Starfighter Chad. You can all become my little subbies. You can also become members, like you can send gifted subs and gifted memberships. If you want to support the show directly, my Cash App and Venmo are on the screen. Cash App and Venmo go straight to keeping our call lines open, as Jimmy can attest. Call in studio is not cheap.
Though. Go buy mugs.
Call in studio. No, don't do that. Buy mugs. Like you should also buy mugs, but also support me directly as well, because I also need to earn a living.
You get paid on mugs. Linemerch.com. No, yeah, do both. Do both. Double your money. Do a little. If you guys invest in Ethereum right now, by the end of the stream, it'll have doubled. That's how I understand crypto works.
True.
And then do both.
Oh, we should be getting paid soon.
I do not. Blah 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 blah.
I should be getting paid soon from you anyway, shouldn't I? Isn't that something happening in the next week or something?
I believe you've already been paid. I believe I paid you on the 23rd because I tried to make sure everybody had a little pre-Christmas money.
Did. Didn't even notice it.
Man, must be nice. I know.
No, it's just I have
$20 get added.
No. I just have so many bills that I pay every month that I just throw all my money out, and then I'll look and be like, hey, this is what I have left over after bills, and just roll with it.
If anything, it was probably a depressing realization where you're like, fuck, I don't have more money coming in.
Yeah, but it's okay, guys. If you do support the show, remember $20, you can boot any guest we're talking to after 20 minutes. If you're like, this call sucks, I feel like the line should implement something like that when Forrest is on, because my man will talk for hours
It's a great
to the
idea.
same person.
It's a good idea, and I'm glad that I've stolen it at least once. To the person who asked, Cape Cod 40% less fat are the best chips.
Let me let you know on a little lore here. So TikTok debates, which I used to do, don't do anymore. Almost everybody who debates on TikTok now has like a pay to kick rule. I started that. Like quite literally. It's not even like a oh guys, this was me. No, like literally I was the first person doing live debates that was like, yeah, if you pay me $20, I'll boot anybody. And everybody does it now. And I'm saying, that was me, guys. I'm a trendsetter.
If it was a recurring rule, I definitely think you get credit, but I'm positive I could find you a stream from before you ever even started streaming where at some point I went, hey, this person sucks. If anybody super chats $50 right now, I'll drop their ass.
Yeah, but I will do. I have it as they could technically. What they used to also be able to drop my co-host too. I stopped doing that one. It used to be. Wow. It used to be. We had a bounty. So like if you were a co-host, we'd be like, yeah, there's like $100 bounty. If you pay $100, I'll boot whatever like back in the panel days. I don't do panel discussions anymore. But back in the panel days.
All right. I know what to do then. I'm going to go over on mine with this all in mind.
Speaking of which, Jaden paid $20 on Cash App to kick Jimmy. So we're going to, if somebody pays me $20, Jimmy will get muted for 20 seconds. Mid call. It could be mid debate.
I'm putting a 2-hour timer. If I get 50 super chats, which remember, Jovan makes money off of these super chats too. 50 super chats of $20 or more, I'll mute my mic for the rest of the show.
Midnight Rose, thank you for becoming a
no matter how long you go, I'll leave it up.
Someone said, Jamal, would you ever do a collab with Tashika? I used to hop on Tashika's lives all the time back when I did TikTok lives. I don't do TikTok lives anymore, so maybe. Yeah, wait, 20 seconds seems short. How long should I mute Jimmy if somebody pays $20 to mute Jimmy? What are we saying? Like 2 minutes? $20 mutes Jimmy for 2 minutes?
0. I'm not engaging in this chaos. I'll just leave. but if they give us $1,000 over on mine, I'll just mute for the rest.
You guys heard it here first. If you want to shut Jimmy up, $1,000. Jaden, thank you so much for the
easy.
Thank you so much for the Cash App. To the two people, by the way, I don't know if you're watching. I think it was Vel, and it might have been Jaden. But to two people that were watching, the people that won the headphones, I'm shipping them out tomorrow. I've literally got them boxed up. I'm going to the post office tomorrow to ship them out. I'm sorry it took so long. They were at the old house, and I just kept forgetting every time I went back to the old house. That's what I thought, Vel. I'll try to remember, Vel, that's your Cash App so that I call you Vel when you send it. But I'm sending your headphones tomorrow morning. So I'll get a tracking number for you so that I can give them to you.
By the way, it was hot in Texas today and
Gross.
yesterday. Yesterday was warm. Today was hot. We hit the 80s today.
I'll be there next month. So hopefully it stays. I'm sure it won't be that hot, but hopefully it stays fairly warm.
It's supposed to get better this week. It's supposed to get better this week. We're supposed to get down to the 50s and 40s. I hate it. I love cold. I love the cold weather.
Okay, guys, we have some calls. So let's start getting to the calls. Callers, if you're calling in, though, don't hang up. Don't be scared. Call in 219-327-8005. First up on the show, we have Chris. Chris is calling about topic number 4, pro-choice all 40 weeks, and he thinks there should be a 20-week cutoff. Let's see what Chris has to say. Chris, if you can hear me, can you provide me your age and pronouns, please?
32 and he, him.
All right. Now, Chris, are you pro-life or are you pro-choice and just disagree with the 40-week stance?
I'm pro-choice 100%. Definitely 40 weeks seems a bit excessive to me, but I know there are extenuating circumstances that meet that requirement. I'm not trying to shut it out completely.
Okay, no problem. I can not to cut you off. I can save us all 20 minutes here. When we say pro-choice all 40 weeks, past the 24-week mark, Jimmy and I are pretty much both in agreement that, save for medical issues, you can do abortions that would prioritize the life of the fetus. So hysterectomy abortions and induction abortions can be done where the fetus does not die, and you just take it out because there's no reason to kill it once it hits a point of viability, unless there's a medical reason where you can't do that, and then you got to kill it anyway. But that would be up to the doctor and the person who's pregnant.
To clarify, like 24 weeks is where I feel a sense of moral. Can he not hear me?
He can hear you.
I can hear you.
Chris,
Sorry,
can you hear me?
Understand. Go ahead.
Okay. To clarify, I don't believe in bringing the government in, though, at any point. So morally, I think that a person after a fetus gains sentience should consider that. But I still wouldn't ban it. I wouldn't make anything illegal.
Okay, I can respect that for sure. Government has no place in anybody's lives.
Yeah, I think if doctors want to have like protocol that they follow, and they're like, hey, we just don't do lethal past this, I would say that's a doctor's, that's fine if like doctors and hospitals have that like stipulation, but like
their prerogative, right?
Yeah. But the government, I agree with Jimmy. The government shouldn't be involved in abortion like at all. Except
and we don't have a problem. Like, there's not a problem that like right now, if there's no studies that show like, because we don't have laws against that, even back when abortion was legal everywhere, that there was some huge number or even small number of late term abortions happening arbitrarily because at 30 weeks, someone just decided, I don't want it anymore. Late term abortions only happen to wanted children. And that's why it's necessary to protect them, because we are protecting people who wanted to have kids, but some circumstance made it horrible. So there's no reason to make it illegal.
Okay. I'm definitely 100% on board with that then. I appreciate the distinction. I didn't understand if you're talking about just having the choice of doing it, just like change your mind, never mind, like at 35 weeks, and that's it for me. Right?
Yeah, no.
I would technically still make that legal, but you're not going to find a doctor. You're not going to find a doctor who will do that. I would technically still leave that legal, because it's not about specifically making sure that stays legal. It's about making sure that the government doesn't have a way in and an excuse to say, now I'm going to stop somebody who needed this from happening, and I'm going to kill mothers. I'm going to ruin people's lives. That shit.
Yeah, and something to just to really quickly, just to give you a case study, in Canada, currently abortions are free and legal up to 40 weeks, and they have less late term abortions than we do.
Okay, I just have a clarification question.
Sure.
So let's say that it was 35 weeks, and they decide it's no longer the choice. It's no longer like they wanted it, now they don't. Circumstances have changed, whatever those may be, and they do decide they want to get the abortion. Would that be under your purview? Would that be like hysterectomy, live birth, and then it's get placed into adoption, or is it like the poop?
It would be up to it'd be up to the person giving birth whether they want to take the baby home, right? It'd be totally up to them either way, whether it was about an abortion or not. Like, they could say, take it out of me because I don't want it in me, but I still want to take it home. Right? It's fine.
Right. Like premature births happen all the but the clarification I was seeking was, say they don't want it anymore. They don't want to take it home. They don't want it in them. They don't want it at all. Right? Yeah, would that then get taken by the state and put up by adoption, or would it be like ex-nate?
It would, if it's viable, if it's a viable fetus that survives outside of the womb, then it would become a ward of the state. Unfortunately, I do think there's like a lot that we have to fix on the state issue for that, but like that's what would happen.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. That's just what I wanted to seek clarification on. Before I go, I wanted to just say that I love y'all's show, and I didn't vote for Trump, but I would say he's a preface it with he's a terrible president, right? But I don't think he's as bad for the country as people make it out to be. What he's doing is atrocious all across the board. But if those atrocities bring us closer together on a central line, then, it has to take an evil to get us there.
That's accelerationist nonsense.
I'm not saying it's the ends justify the means kind of thing. I'm just saying
that's exactly the defense you
we've
just
had a
made.
lot of-
If it brings us back together,
No.
great. Let's do 9/11 again. Remember how unified we were back then? Let's 9/11 the fuck out of this place.
I
Clip that,
wouldn't say
bitches.
unified
clip
because
that,
you had
clip that.
people screaming terrorism in airports and shit like that, you know? And it wasn't just because
Brings
of
us
racism.
together, though.
But, you know, I'm just saying it's like,
Racism is,
yes,
by the
he's a
way,
shitty human
like
being.
literally what you're saying, like Trump is atrocious, but if he's overall unifying, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Unifying isn't necessarily good inherently. Do you know what a unifying force is? Racism. Racism is literally a unifying force. People literally build communities and unify in their shared belief that because they have no other means by which to consider themselves exceptional, that they are more exceptional than other groups of people. So you have to have a better
You're talking about
example
that
than
Arkansas
it being
bullshit?
unifying to it being worth it.
I can agree
just
with
talking
that.
about racism
I would
in
say
general.
it's worth it if we can get that MFer hooked on the Epstein files for sure.
Great. And a lot of people will have died
those
and
should
will
have
have
been really
suffered and
tough.
won't have been worth it. Re-electing him won't have been worth it to all the people who died, to all the people who suffered, to all the people whose rights are damaged, to all. So we're going to do the best with what we now have. If you want to take that approach, sure. Here's what we have now. Here's the best we can do with it. But anybody broadcasting that
that's
Trump
better,
was worth it is full of it. Okay, yeah, that's fine then. If that's your position, fine. The other one was accelerationist bullshit.
Okay, well, I appreciate the distinction. Definitely not much for the accelerationists because didn't understand the difference. Appreciate that. But yeah,
And
the guy
also,
needs to
like,
be
we've already
taken out
tried
of office for
accelerationism.
sure. Hopefully behind bars.
We've tried
Under the president.
accelerationism. It's never worked. Not only has it never worked,
Agreed.
it's arguably made things worse. The Nazis are coming back, people. Like, how,
Dude, they
how
never
are you going to do
left. We
accelerationism
gave them
more than
asylum.
Hitler? Sure. But it used to at least be a terribly shameful thing to be a Nazi. And now
It used to be politically
now
correct
Nick
to punch a
Fuentes.
Nazi in the face.
I don't know about politically correct, but I watched it on a loop. You know, I've seen somehow that video, that 4 seconds of Richard Spencer getting punched in the face is 4 hours long. It's crazy. Anyway. All right. Well,
With
Chris,
some
we
good music
appreciate
on
you.
it too. Well, thank y'all guys. I appreciate your time.
See ya. I
Sorry,
do
I
want to
figured we were-
clarify.
figured
I
we
also don't hate the trans topic. I hate that you get one person who calls in with the trans topic, and then you have all these MAGA people who pretend to be brave. They pretend, we are Charlie Kirk, we carry them. And none of them call in on actually defending MAGA. All they call in is on this contest to go, I want to prove I know nothing about the theory of trans identity. I know nothing about the actual science behind it. And I want to prove that my understanding is extremely limited and that I hate people who are going through things that I'm like making their life terrible. And I want to defend that using the dumbest, what I call common sense language. I hate that. I hate that it overtakes the show because they can't actually defend Donald Trump, those policies as a good thing, but they know that some group of fucking yokel morons who sound like they fucked their cousins, but these are the guys who cousin identity don't fuck with, gender identity fuck with, but not cousin identity. Those are the guys who are like, well, I can call in and I know that group of people, they're going to back me up because I'm going to say, a man's got a wiener. And it's as simple as that. And if you say anything else, you're gay and a communist. I'm tired of that. That's the dumb shit.
Plus, you're gay and a socialist,
Yes,
so it
je
doesn't even
suis
work.
Charlie.
Je suis Charlie.
Je suis Charlie.
I do gotta say, we've definitely hit the point where the Charlie Kirk jokes are now bordering on hilarious. Like,
Yeah,
people are pumping out some banger Charlie Kirk memes.
I'm going to practice. Hang on, let me zoom in here. I want to practice presenting a little bit more like Urka Kirk. You've been watching Urka Kirk?
I've said it
Have you
once.
been
I
seeing
think
the
I said it the
breakdown of her
last
facial
time.
expressions?
I think I said it the last time me and you were live. I just can't handle how uncharismatic she is compared to Charlie. It's so annoying.
Here's what I can't handle. Hi, I'm going to make a point of a couple of words. Wide eyes. And then I'm going to say a couple more words. Wide eyes.
This
and then I'm going to
is-
say one more set of words to the thing on top. Wide eyes. It's fucking weird.
Also, Jimmy used a digital zoom.
That's true. I just used
I know the
vMix's
difference.
Zoom.
I know the difference. We're gonna bring up our next. Jesus Christ! Wait, let me real quick. Teacher Taylor, thank you for resubscribing with Prime on Twitch. Thank you so much. Someone sent a $50 super chat. I think to make me say all the shit that they put here, which I will at the end of stream. But like, I don't know what you were doing. But thanks for the $50. I guess. Fat in my pocket.
Is it full of slurs?
No, it's some weird shit about me clip farming.
Then what's even the point? Oh,
okay. Let's bring up our next. Zoom out so I can start the next call.
What's wrong with this?
Because I don't want that in the YouTube video. See if you can match the size of my head. Can you match the size of my head? How close? How close can you get?
I would say relative to what our proportions actually are, I would say that this is probably pretty close to accurate. I have a ginormous head.
How tall are you?
I genuinely 6'2".
I did not. You do not give 6'2" energy.
I have heard this before. It's the weird. Everybody thinks I'm short. I am a tall man. I'm a tall. The first thing you will say is you're taller than I expected, and the second thing was and fatter. I am a larger man than most people expect.
I mean, that don't matter. I'm a chunker. Anyway, let's bring in the next guest.
Yeah, I'm narrow head on. All mine like comes straight out. I look like, have you ever seen that fucked up Steve Rogers, that one comic book guy drew where his chest looks like a Cybertruck on its side?
Fan art. Somebody get to it right now. Draw Jimmy as
Unfortunately, I have Elon Musk body proportions.
Somebody draw Jimmy as Elon Musk on that yacht that one time. Anyway, we're going to bring up...
Basically accurate.
We're going to bring up our next guest. Next up is Dale. Now, Dale says that he does think Trump is a good president compared to all of the other presidents. All of the other presidents, Dale? Even the one that freed the slaves? Anyway, Dale, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. My name is Dale McKinley. I'm 19 years old. My pronouns go as he and him. And I'm calling in tonight representing the Glendale Community Challengers Club. How are you two?
Okay. I'm gonna
skeptical.
Yeah, I'm
Hello?
My troll meter is running off the charts right now, but I've
got valid reasons. Listen, we've got 23 people here right now in the Parks and Rec Center. They come in here every
Have them
night
all cheer.
or every Friday night.
Hey, everybody cheer.
And what's that?
Have them all cheer.
What's that? We don't do cheering here. We do finger snapping.
Have them all say hello at the same time.
Okay. All right. All right, guys. I want you guys to say hello to Jimmy Snow and his assistant over the phone.
Assistant?
Did you hear that?
I heard you breathing into your microphone.
I heard you blow into the phone. Yeah, for sure. Because that's not how audio works.
You waited
the mic.
You waited 16 minutes for this.
You had a lot of people cheering at once, so maybe their breath made it to the phone mic. I don't know.
You waited 16 minutes for this, Dale. You waited
at noise cancel.
You waited 16 minutes for this.
What did you say the name of the club was?
It was called the Glendale Community Challengers Club. I'm the vice president.
Sure you are.
I'm calling from Glendale, California. I've been part of this club for 2 years.
Uh-huh.
How old do you have to be in that club?
We accept people from all ages. We have people here from high school all the way to
for a Republican club,
citizens.
That is the very first believable thing you've said.
Hey, well, here's the thing. Here's one thing that I've got to add here, Jimmy.
And you pair what? The teenagers with an older boy?
What's that?
Where's your website where I can find you guys?
We don't have a website, but we do have a meetup group.
Do you have a Facebook?
No, so they have Meetup.
Facebook.
You don't know what Meetup is? The app.
I know what Meetup is. You have a Facebook?
Yeah. Well, we used to have a Facebook, but during COVID, we had a lot of people find our Zoom links through that and troll on there. So we pretty much.
Damn.
Oh, how was it during
Can
COVID?
Could you imagine?
What was your real quick? What was your experience like during COVID in this club?
Well, I was midway through high school. I hadn't joined the club yet. So I was
passed that test
in high school.
Nah, because I repeated myself, he realized what I was doing.
All right, let's guess.
California.
Let's guess. Let's say, Dale, let's say you're being honest with us for a second. Let's just pretend.
Sure.
Okay, we know you're trolling, but let's just pretend you're being honest for a second. You think Trump is the best president we've ever had?
Well, here's the thing. He's definitely not the best president. I would attribute that to Jimmy Carter. However, if you put Trump's actions and policies compared to all other 51 presidents throughout American history, he's...
Sorry, what was that number?
Sadly, whether or not towards the top of the list.
Sorry.
Towards the top of the list.
I'm sorry. How many other presidents?
51.
Where are you getting
He thinks the number of presidents are the number of weeks in the year. So there's 52 weeks in the year. Trump is week 1, week 52, and everybody else is the prior weeks. Hey, how many of the 23 people are women?
Oh, actually, first of all, no. The number of presidents is correlated with the number of stars on the American flag. So you can get your facts straight on that. The number of women here, why? You want to talk to them? Because
this isn't even a good troll.
You got to keep the
It's bad troll.
I don't know what you're
let me talk to one of the women.
Troll. I think you're just
Can
afraid
I talk to one of the women?
debate me because you're afraid to go up against 23 people. That's what.
Are the 23 people in the room with us right now?
Come on and verify that your name and your position in the organization and endorse that you represent them?
Yeah, I'm the vice president.
Can we hear that from one of your lady members?
From one of the lady members?
Yeah.
Wait, before he
one
does
of the
that,
ladies
Jimmy,
there just confirm for us.
Jimmy, I'm going to send you a picture of what I think one of the ladies are going to be. Real quick. Hold on. Dale, hold on. Don't say anything. Don't Dale, stop.
Got you two on the projector in the way that you guys
Shut up. Okay. Dale, shut up.
That's very rude.
God damn, I'm muting you so me and Jimmy can finish this. Jimmy, look at the picture I sent you. That's I don't know if you saw that movie. I texted it to you. That's gonna be one of the women.
Fine. Let me see. Where did you? Oh, text.
Yeah,
I went into the Discord. Yeah.
For those who are wondering,
I was thinking of "In the Most Delicious Way" from Arrested Development was what I was thinking of.
I sent Jimmy a picture of Split, the movie Split, of James McAvoy when he was playing the girl of the personalities. That's who I assume Dale is going to be. Okay, Dale, By the way,
she was hot.
Dale, if in order for us to believe you, put a large-breasted one of the women guests on the phone.
Sure,
Yeah,
I could, but I
preferably
reckon
a big
you don't
titty
want to
goth.
talk to your mom.
My mom is dead, Dale. So I would like to talk to her,
I was talking
actually.
about Jimmy's mom.
Jimmy's mom is also dead, Dale. So we would like to talk to our
We're
mom.
also a puppetry club.
My mom killed Javon's mom, so she's in prison.
We're also part of a puppetry club.
Okay, are you sure?
What you gonna do about that, huh?
Dale,
Huh?
Dale.
Yeah.
Why are we still here?
That's what I thought, big guy.
I'm just letting the other call is being screened. Finish up screening. Dale.
Oh, there's a Colorado caller waiting.
Dale, just really quickly about the puppet thing. Do you use sock puppets or are they too dirty? Do you have too much fun in those socks to put on your hand? Do you use sock puppets, Dale?
I don't believe in puppetry abuse.
Dale, if you're going to troll, you have to have funnier comebacks.
That's true.
Funnier comebacks?
Yeah.
The
Dale,
funniest comeback
do you have an
is you
improv
showing up every other day. I was going to give you a valid point about presidencies, and you completely you started calling me a troll.
The funniest comeback is the come on your back that you keep getting. Okay, I'm not going to finish that sentence. All right.
You started.
Dale,
you started.
Dale, Meetup does not have a Glendale Community Challengers Club, and you should use Meetup to find an improv club. I think that will help you out.
Nah, I use Tinder for that.
Okay, see you, Dale.
Yes, and
not even good at yes and. Like a pretty bad yes anding.
Yeah. And
a good yes and was like the way Jimmy said that his mom killed my mom. That's a good yes and. Right? That's building on the joke.
I was proud. I was pretty proud of that one.
Like, he didn't even try. Like, I prefer trolls that try at the very least.
It was terribly boring.
All right. Hopefully this one is less boring. Coming up to the stream now is going to be Jeff. Now, Jeff wants to talk about abortion. Jeff is against abortion and thinks that they're eugenics. So let's see how Jeff substantiates that. Jeff, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
Jeff, he, him, 40.
There we go. Now, Jeff, you said
did we all hear Jovan say abortion? Because it was pretty funny.
Did I say abortion?
Yeah, it was right before you had to say eugenics. So, yeah.
That's funny.
You know, Adolf lifted his eugenics policy from the early Margaret Sanger and
abortions were never done while Margaret Sanger was alive through Planned Parenthood, so I don't know what that.
Hey, Jeff.
Wait, hold on, Jimmy.
Jeff, do you have a mustache?
Hold on. I just need to make sure that we have this understanding. You know that abortions weren't done. Jeff, abortions weren't done by Planned Parenthood until the 70s.
You know we had a eugenics record. Jeff.
You just said Jeff.
You're spurting out.
Jeff, I don't know if you understand how conversations work, Jeff, but you just said Adolf Hitler lifted his eugenics plan from Planned Parenthood, who didn't start doing abortions until the 70s. Was Adolf Hitler alive in the 70s?
Eugenicists.
Was Adolf Hitler alive in the 70s?
As their tool.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said he lifted it from Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood. Was Planned Parenthood doing abortions in the 40s?
Sanger? Yeah, Margaret Sanger was around in the...
Margaret Sanger wasn't doing abortions in the 40s either. Margaret Sanger was actually anti-abortion and actually said abortion is the worst thing a mother could do. You want to bet? How much money do you want to bet? How much money do you want to put on this right now? How much money do you want to put on this right now? How much money do you want to put on this right now? Jeff, I'll put any amount down. Jeff, I will put Jeff, stop trying to change the subject. I'll put any money. Jeff, stop trying to change the subject. I'll put any money down with you right now.
Are you familiar with the Pareto distribution?
Jeff, I'll put any money. I don't care. You're not going to change the subject here. Jeff, you're not going to change the subject. Sorry, I'm going to mute you because you keep trying to change the subject. And only pussies try to change the subject this early on into a conversation. Jeff, I will put any money down that Margaret Sanger was against abortion. She thought that abortion was one of the worst things mothers could do. How much are you willing to put down on this, Jeff? Now I will unmute you. All I want to hear is the number you're willing to put on this bet. So how much, Jeff, are you willing to put on this bet? Let's go.
What's your net worth?
How much? I just want to know the number.
What's your net worth?
I just want to know the number, Jeff.
This is what you
Jeff, what is the number, Jeff?
This is your full-time job.
Please stop being a pussy and just tell me what the number is, Jeff.
I think Jeff might have called my show this last week.
Okay, he can't do it. I'm going to mute him again. I'm just going to pull up the proof. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh, I've already got it. Margaret Sanger's exact quote was, "Abortion is an alternative that I cannot too strongly condemn. Although abortion may be resorted to in order to save the life of the mother, the practice of it merely for limitation of offspring is dangerous and vicious." Literally, abortion just doesn't have words strong enough to condemn.
Okay, Jeff,
it's dangerous and vicious.
We just proved you wrong. Now what do you say?
Abortions for Democrats?
Stop, Jeff, stop being a pussy. We just proved you wrong. Now what do you say about the thing that you were proven wrong about?
You're lying.
Okay, bye, Jeff. I don't need to do this, Jeff. I have tons of people.
I'm lying. Jimmy, I just made up the quote.
Hold on.
No, I'm muting you again, Jeff. I'm muting you again. Go ahead, Jimmy.
What do you mean we're lying? We gave you the quote. Are you saying we made the quote up? Do you want us to tell you where to go and get the quote?
Do you like abortions?
Jeff, please stay on fucking topic. I need you to stay on topic.
It's really just a hobby for me.
Have more abortions.
Jeff, I don't care. Jeff, I don't care. Please stay on topic. Like, it's so embarrassing at this point. So either Jeff, okay. Jimmy, do you want to take another call, or do you want to keep contending with this? Because it's just like, what is the point here? Jeff's not answering questions. He keeps moving topics. Jeff doesn't know
how to actually engage. Jeff, every time he gets put into a corner, he just they're floundering, and then he just talks over, not recognizing he's been absolutely destroyed on this already. This thing about Margaret Sanger isn't at all true. But then also, so what? Let's say that Adolf Hitler's let's see if Jeff can engage honestly. Let's say that Adolf Hitler's favorite preparation of chicken was a salt brine and then a slow cook. Would that mean that because it was Hitler's favorite, anybody else who liked slow cooked salt brine chicken was automatically wrong because they had something in common with Hitler? Yes or no, Jeff? Would that mean that was automatically
bad? You're a low
bad?
IQ midwit who does.
Okay, great. So as far as I'm low IQ, but Jeff can't answer a question because Jeff knows if he actually engages the conversation honestly, he's going to fail. If he actually answers the question, if he actually hears out why we have the beliefs we have. First of all, Hitler's eugenics or whatever and abortion are completely separate concepts and topics. But even if they were the same, it wouldn't actually demonstrate whether it was wrong or right. Hitler had lots of things everyone would have agreed with him on, and lots of things that most people, I'm not positive Jeff, would disagree on. I have a feeling that Jeff and Hitler probably felt similarly about black people, for example. So it being, if you just say so-and-so had this belief, therefore it is bad, that's literally called, actually, let's find out. Jeff, who's so much smarter and higher IQ and knows so much more and is clearly a great debater, what is the name of the fallacy where you say that is fallacious because of the origin of the information?
What's your net worth?
What is the name of that fallacy, Jeff?
What's your net worth?
Jeff, I'll answer you. Jeff, I'll answer that question after you answer my question. After you answer my question, I'll answer yours. Why would I answer that question? Jeff, and by the way, my net worth has nothing to do with the argument. You've called in claiming to be pro-choice.
That's why you do what you do.
You've called in claiming to be pro-choice all 40 weeks.
Did he just
Jeff,
quote
do you think
Jim
that you're
Carrey?
winning this debate? Yeah. Jeff, do you think you're winning this debate? Because you have yet to engage the actual topic, honestly.
You're incompetent. You deliver my Uber Eats. That's your role in life.
We literally don't work for Uber
and
Eats.
Yet, Jeff, we've defeated you in this debate.
You deliver my,
hey, what's the name of the fallacy?
Democrats deliver my Amazon package.
Hey, Jeff, what's the name of the fallacy?
Shelf, and they pour my latte. That's your role
no,
in
Democrats
life.
are.
And you need the government to protect
What an own that Jeff has, that Democrats are laborers. That Democrats have jobs. Oh, by the way, we're not Democrats, neither Jovan nor I, nor are either of us working at Amazon or Uber Eats, but I'm not going to shit on people. Okay, so just so everybody knows, if you're listening right now, Jeff believes you should not vote for the Republicans if you work at Amazon, if you are an Uber Eats driver, if you are working a job and trying to make ends meet and you're not rich. You should not vote for the Republicans. That's a Democrat move. Jeff is basically somewhat accurately saying if you work labor, if you are a laborer, the Republican vote would be the wrong vote for you. Jeff, I wish we could dox you to your Amazon delivery people and they would reflect that in the quality of your deliveries. Anyway, Jeff, why should we continue on with you when you won't engage honestly at all?
You're evil, worthless, garbage people. And evil cannot create, it can only destroy. That's why you like to dox people.
So Jeff, basically, Jeff, you are admitting you actually can't win the debate, right?
Punch up because
Jeff, can you win a debate?
Because you're subhuman.
I'm worth more than you. I'm punching down.
Incompetent.
Well, hey, what's your net worth, Jeff?
To be aborted.
Hey, Jeff, what's your net worth? What's your net worth, Jeff?
I have at least 25 million.
Yeah, right.
I have 45 million. I have 125 million. I have 100 million more than you.
Cool.
So I'm better than you are.
That's cool.
I mean, I did just make that up, just like you did, since you're also making shit up. Also, Jeff, please acknowledge that you can't actually win a debate. Please acknowledge that you can't win a debate. Please acknowledge
the world will be a better place and nothing.
That's funny because I'm actually an employer. I actually pay people fairly, by the way, and I pay way more into the United States government than I receive in benefits. So that's interesting that you would say that, Jeff. Jeff, will you concede that if you are going fact by fact, you cannot win a debate on the actual substance? Is that true or not?
You're fat and ugly and ridiculous, and you suck. Okay, you suck. You're just stupid. You're just stupid people.
Aww. Yeah.
And just so you know,
little baby,
I'm
little baby got Jimmy.
I've banged more attractive people than the number of times you've ever had sex ever, which if we remove, you've had sex 0 times consensually, but the non-consensual sex you've had, I've had more consensual sex with attractive people than you've had sex ever. So Jeff, this means nothing to me. You mean nothing to me. Truly, this was a waste of time. I gave you an opportunity many times to see if you could actually engage with the big boys. Are you going to keep crying foul? Are you going to keep resorting to ad hominems? Or are you going to have a debate of actual ideas?
I agree with you
prove that you're
abortion.
Smarter?
How can we abort more Democrats?
Can you prove that you're right?
Hold on, just real quick.
Jeff is very hormonal.
He's emotional right now. He's very emotional. Let's see if we can convince Jeff to emotionally regulate everybody.
By the way.
Let's see if
can you tell he's crying when you listen to his voice? He's actually crying.
No, you're fat, you're ugly, and I have $25 million. Yeah. Let's see if we can get Jeff to emotionally regulate. Jeff, just tell us, what's your favorite color?
Are you
go ahead. What's your favorite color, Jeff?
You're manic.
What's your favorite color, Jeff? Jeff, what's your favorite color? Jeff, what is your favorite color, Jeff? What is your favorite color? Okay, here's what we're gonna do, Jeff. Clearly, you are incapable of having an adult conversation. Apparently, your family didn't house train you. I don't know. You're still pissing on the carpet. Maybe you should have been learned to go outside.
He's too sexually attracted to us.
Jeff, I don't know what it is about your evening that you thought like you would be able to like upset Jimmy and me. We're just chilling, dude. This is one of the funniest calls we've had today. I don't know.
Bad boy.
Jeff, I don't know if it's possible for you. I'll ask you one more time. I just want a yes or no answer. If you say anything other than yes or no to this question, I'm just going to move on. Like, it's real simple. So I just want a yes or no. Were you house trained, Jeff? Yes or no?
You cut out.
Were you house trained? Yes or no?
Excuse me?
Were you house trained? Yes or no?
Are you a stupid nigger?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Jeff,
you are a stupid nigger.
Jeff, do you mind if I tell the chat what your phone number is? Do you mind if I just tell the whole chat? I can?
Yeah.
You're saying you're giving me.
Don't do it on mine. Don't do it on mine. It's
you're right.
Against TOS. Don't put my channel in danger.
Bye,
you can
Jeff.
Go post it on Threads though if you want.
You're a nigger.
Yeah,
you're worthless garbage.
Post your number on Threads.
You're all worthless garbage.
Yeah. Bye, Jeff. Bye, Jeff. Enjoy the void.
Here's the thing that. The thing that redacted individuals like Jeff won't understand is it doesn't bother us when people who are clearly MAGA start resorting to slurs. Because I don't believe in the way like in years past it was like keep all of the racists so shamed that they don't admit that they're racist, right? Keep fucking the people on Tinder who say they're moderates, which is code. I like my racists to be Klan members like that dude. What was his name again? I already forgot. Jeff. If you're going to be a racist, admit you're in the Klan. And Jeff is like, guys, it speaks for itself. Jeff made it very clear he is MAGA. Jeff made it very clear he hates Democrats, which is weird. He called a couple of non-Democrats, but he made it very clear what side he's on, and then resorted to calling a black guy who he lost to in a war of words. He lost to in an intellectual battle. He lost to, and resorted to calling a black guy that he lost to the N-word. Like, yeah, good. Thank you for being consistent with what we understand MAGA is like.
Not only lost within like 10 seconds of coming onto the stream. Like, it was probably the quickest victory in a debate we've ever seen.
Suddenly.
Oh, Jimmy can't hear me. Let's see if Jimmy can fix his his audio stuff. Guys, if you are like, want to stick it to Jeff, my Cash App and Venmo are right there. Why don't we stick it to Jeff? Prove how much my net worth is. Send $5 to tell Jeff to shut the fuck up. Send $5 to a black man. That'll fucking piss Jeff off. Don't you think? Anyway, hopefully other people in the calling queue will have better arguments than that. We're just gonna wait for Jimmy to get his audio fixed a little bit. Hey Vel, thank you so much for the $50 Cash App. Said Jeff, shut the fuck up. We love it. So fucking true, homie.
This is driving me crazy.
Yeah, Jimmy can't hear me at all now. Let me see if it's not on my end, is it? Let me see. No, I'm still going in, so it's not on my end. It's not on me, governor. It's a Jimmy issue. Jimmy, fix your audio system. To the people waiting in the calling queue, just give us a little bit while Jimmy fixes his audio system, and then we'll bring you back. We'll bring you up, and hopefully you guys will have a decent chance of debate. By the way, guys, never let people convince you that Margaret Sanger was pro-abortion. You're back?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Never let people convince you that Margaret Sanger is pro-abortion. It is a talking point of the anti-choice crowd, and I hate it because Margaret Sanger really did not like abortions. This is why Planned Parenthood didn't start doing abortions till like 30 years after her death.
You know what's crazy? Jeff's still talking right now.
You think?
You know? Oh, definitely. He's still like at home right now, just like, and you guys are gay and N-word and gay and you're N-words and what's your net worth? What's your net worth? What's your net worth? Which again, like, thank you for continuing to prove that you think net worth matters. Like, this is MAGA. They hate labor. They hate workers. They hate blue collar workers. They hate people who are actually like struggling. They hate anybody who wasn't born rich. Like, that's their thing.
By the way, Justin and Lana, thank you guys for Justin and Lana, thank you so much for the Venmos. Vel, thank you for the Cash App. All to stick it to Jeff. We love sticking it to Jeff. It's always nice to pay a black person when a white person calls them the N-word. That should just be our norm. Mm-hmm. That should be our go-to.
Guys, I need super chats quick. Somebody call me a fag. I need it. I need it. Queer man, I can say it. You can't. Say, come on, guys. I need some soups.
Please, guys, remember Jimmy. Just remember Jimmy is bisexual, so he uses he dropped the slur though without a warning to any of us that it was coming.
Well, I mean, it's for demonetized. I think it's for the N-word anyway. I'm pretty sure we're good. That's my word. Laku
Pipu, thank you so much for the Cash App. Said Jeff, you're a troglodyte. Joyful, thank you for the Venmo. Said stay mad, Jeff. Hold on, I'm just trying to put in all of these. What's 96 plus 20?
116.
Gang. Let's keep it moving. Let's see about bringing in the next call into our show. Thank you for the super chats, guys. Well, I'll read those all at the end of stream. Promise. Okay, next call. Next up, we have Jonathan. Now, Jonathan wants to talk about Christianity. Said Christianity is a true religion. Let's see how Jonathan defends that. Jonathan, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and your pronouns.
28 and he, him.
Okay, now, Jonathan, you are Christian, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now why do you think Christianity is true?
Just real quick before I start, can I get your guys' names and your pronouns so I don't offend anybody?
Yeah, sure. I'm Jovan. My pronouns are he, him. And Jimmy,
he, him.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm Christian. I pretty much I followed Christ for about 8 years now. I turned my life to him after struggling with different traumatic experiences in my childhood as far as abuse goes, traumatic experiences in my adulthood as far as assault goes. I've been through programs in my youth, kind of like the Scared Straight stuff you've seen on TV. I've been all over the place, sober livings, Christian men's homes, all over. And as soon as I found Jesus Christ, I started researching the history of what happened, who he is, the things that are, in the history of the church, in the Bible. I found it to be very true. It's a very loving religion at its core. I believe that a lot of people that use it and believe in it use it for wrong, and that they use it to harm people, condemn people, judge people. And I don't think that's what Christianity is. I think that Jesus came here to save us, and died for our sins, rose 3 days later, and gave us the opportunity to salvation. As far as I could retort things as far as if you guys have any reason as to why you don't believe it or things that you struggle with, or if you want to question me on what I feel about different things, go for it. But I believe it's 100% true.
Yeah, sure. Let me just ask you what evidence you have that Jesus actually rose from the dead.
Considering that, let's just say this. Let's just start with the fact of whether or not Jesus was real, right? Did he exist? Did he walk on this planet, right?
No,
no, let's not, Jonathan. Both Jovan and I are not mythicists. So let's just go ahead and assume that Jesus Christ, at least the man, existed, because that does not influence whether Christianity is true or not. Let's start where Jovan suggested. If Jesus Christ did not raise from the dead,
Christianity. Okay.
Jonathan, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Jesus Christ, if he didn't resurrect, the whole story is bunk. So let's start where Jovan said, what is your evidence that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, was resurrected?
All right. Well, my evidence is just historical knowledge and the things that we have present inside of our earth right now, not only physical but spiritual, eyewitness testimonies. There has been over 20,000 manuscripts and writings about Jesus Christ and Christianity.
I'm sorry,
there
Jonathan.
There have been writings outside of the Christian religion about Jesus as far as the Quran goes and different religions.
Jonathan, hold on. We don't have a single eyewitness testimony from the resurrection.
And everything you just said about the thousands of manuscripts only confirms. Hang on, I'm done. Caesar? Jonathan. Yes, I believe, as we already said, we believe Jesus existed. Or I don't even know if I believe he existed. I just don't have a problem with starting with that he existed. Alexander the Great, I believe Alexander the Great probably existed. However, historians understand that Alexander the Great, and I love when people go with this, there are lots of things that are ascribed to Alexander the Great that if we could go back and check will turn out not to be true. Because as is true of so many historical figures, especially who are revered, who are heroes, and who are or tyrannical or kings or whatever else, they end up with stories about them that are either about somebody else or made up. So I believe George Washington existed, but I don't believe the story of the cherry tree or the wooden teeth. And Alexander Great would be the same thing. You said we have all these thousands of manuscripts. You listed the Quran as one of them. The Quran written hundreds of years after. No one is denying that Christianity exists, that a Christian movement exists, or that Christian communities exist. Saying that a lot of people are writing about that isn't remotely compelling either. So again, what is the evidence? Because you said, we have all this evidence about what exists in the world.
That are talked about in Luke,
there isn't 500 eyewitness testimonies in the Bible. The Bible.
Jonathan.
How many of the 500 wrote down their account? Of those 500, how many of them actually wrote it down themselves?
Luke was a physician. Okay, Luke, a journalist would, went around to Mary as well as many of his followers,
Jonathan,
and wrote down
what question did I just ask you? Jonathan, what question did I just ask you? Jonathan, what question did I just ask you? Prove you were listening.
Okay, sorry. Say it again.
How many of the 500 witnesses wrote down their own account?
I'm not sure on that exact knowledge. As far as I'm
the answer
concerned,
is zero. The answer is zero. So what you have is a book that claims 500 witnesses, just as I can tell you, Jonathan, I have a piece of paper here that says 1 million people have seen that I am God. Does that mean I actually have 1 million witnesses, or somebody wrote that I have 1 million witnesses?
Okay, what about the writings that are like all over the world outside of Christianity? What about the findings?
You listed the Quran.
Religious,
No,
what do they call it? Relics and all sorts of stuff that have been found and dated back to the time of Jesus. Like, there's been so much proof.
Jonathan.
I love how bad Jonathan is at this, because none of this is proof that Jesus Christ resurrected.
You keep going back to whether Jesus existed, and me and Jimmy have already said we can concede that Jesus existed. I have no issues.
Okay, so if he existed, then you have to understand. So
then I have to believe that he
right?
came back. He came back from the dead.
And all these things are written about him, right? Then, like the things that they were writing about weren't like common writings. These were things that were new. Like, I don't think you understand.
Hold on, Jonathan, hold on. Do you believe that the Egyptian pharaoh caused the sun to rise and set?
Where are you pulling that from?
Hey, just answer me the question. Do you believe that the pharaohs of Egypt...
If you can pull that out of the Bible and give me an example,
Jonathan, you're pissing me off. Do you believe that the...
I've never heard that before. Before. So
it's written down.
It's written down.
There's a bunch of accounts. There's a bunch of accounts in Egypt of their ancient pharaohs being the reason that the sun rises and sets. So how come you believe all these accounts of the stuff Jesus did, but not these accounts? It's because you're biased and you're
Jesus
operating.
Has the most evidence for it compared to any other religion or anything else on the world.
No, he doesn't. Jesus actually has some of the least amount of contemporary evidence of any historical figure in major historical figure. Alexander the Great has more contemporary evidence. Julius Caesar has more contemporary evidence.
He has 25 writings about him. There's been 20,000 about Jesus.
Contemporary.
Jonathan, what does contemporary mean? You are not listening, dude. You're just on a script and you're going on your script. Can you actually, for 1 minute, hear the words that I'm saying and pause? I need you to pause at least 3 to 5 seconds before you answer so you can actually hear the thing I'm saying. When we talk about evidence for a historical being, what we look for as the best example of evidence, other than like archaeological evidence, other than like when we're pre-photo and video, right, is contemporary writings. Contemporary means written at the same time this person was alive. Jesus Christ has
there's only 25 of those.
Jesus Christ has 0 contemporary writings. No one wrote about Jesus while he was living. Not one single person.
Of anyone who met him. You could say Tacitus potentially. Never met him, though.
Not true. John wrote about him. That's what was
John wrote about Jesus.
The Gospel of John was not written by John.
The Gospel of John is fucking 70 years. It was written 70 years
together after
Jonathan,
Jesus
you're not doing
here.
Jonathan, you're not doing what I asked you to, which is wait 5 seconds before you start answer so that you can hear what we're saying. The Gospel of John was written 70 years after Jesus died.
That's fine. That doesn't mean anything.
That means it's not contemporary, Jonathan. That's literally what that means.
The words of the Bible have not changed. They have not changed.
That's not true either.
It's the most unchanging book that there is.
Wait.
You can go back to the earliest findings of Ethiopian Bibles, and they're exactly the same as Greek Bibles written 1,000 years later.
Jonathan, which version of the Bible do you believe? The King James Version?
No, I have an Eastern Orthodox Bible.
Oh, what's wrong with the King James Version?
The King James Version is used by a lot of English Orthodox Christians because it's considered one of the
what's wrong with it? No, I didn't ask. You're answering a question I didn't ask. What's wrong with the King James Version?
But the King David actually didn't write the King James didn't write the King James Bible. He actually had people write the Bible for him. He didn't have...
Wait, Jonathan. So what's wrong with the King James Version of the Bible?
Explain to me what you think is wrong.
No, I'm asking you. You don't use the King James Version. Why not?
I don't think there's like something's wrong with it. So explain it to me. What you think is wrong?
What's wrong with it? Why don't you use the King James Version? Why do you prefer the Orthodox version?
Has more the traditional, like closer to the traditional translation.
So you're saying that they're different and you have a preference in one? You like the one that is different in the way you like more?
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying.
What about the one that has the most history behind it, and the one that is the oldest translated version.
Oh, gotcha. So the other versions, though, you don't like because they're different and they're not as original. Anyway, you were saying about how all the Bible is exactly the same?
No, I think all of them are paths to the truth. I'm just saying that each Christian, if you talk to Christians, they usually start in with one Bible, and you're supposed to explore all of them. You're not supposed to just pick one and
They have different versions with different words, but anyway, you were talking about how the Bible's unchanging and exactly the same.
Yeah, everything that it's saying, nothing. The messages and everything that it presents is unchanging. The message is unchanging.
Oh, so not the words are unchanging. Maybe not even the way a lay person would unchange it. But if you are translating it right, no matter which version of it you, the individual, are reading, you'll get the exact same message no matter which version, because the versions aren't literally the same. When I say unchanging, I mean a more metaphysical kind of unchanging, unchanging as in the book is literally unchanged.
I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm not trying to offend you. I would ask that you please stop trying to like talk to me like like you're attacking me. I'm not trying to upset anybody.
Jonathan, wait. You're sitting there and telling me you're not trying to hurt my feelings, and then you're now begging me to stop hurting your feelings? All I've done is pointed out the inconsistency with what you just said, and that hurts your feelings. I got to say, consistent for a Christian. No, it's not hurting
my feelings. I'm asking if we can have more of a you're talking over me. You're not you're kind of like. You're doing that thing that people do where you don't give me the opportunity to talk. You're trying to like shut me out.
The hypocrisy of their phrases.
We talk about at least different things about the Bible, what it teaches. Jonathan, at least agree that it's not a harmful religion.
Can we go to a topic you feel like your script is more suited for? Is your question where you won't be losing and exposed as a hypocrite? Could we go there? I think so.
Listen, what's frustrating me in this call, Jonathan, what's frustrating me is that you're not answering any question we give you directly. You're like sidestepping it.
You haven't asked me any questions repeat them and I'll answer them. I'm confused on what you're asking me because I've answered most of your questions.
Okay, Jonathan, I'm going to ask you a direct question. Are there any contemporary writings of Jesus Christ?
Hang on.
If you're confused, you got to Google it. So you don't know the answer, but you're hoping. Well, no,
I did tell him to wait 5 seconds before he answers. So hopefully he's doing that.
Oh, I don't. I think I was hearing the clickety clackety of some typing. Do. How much time do you need here, buddy?
I have that on the soundboard.
Is it copyright free?
I don't think my soundboard is. Probably not, but I don't think my soundboard is actually hooked up to my audio processor, so nobody heard that. Which now I wonder if any of my soundboard sounds have been hooked up this whole time. Jonathan, I don't understand what we're waiting on.
So, I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to be rude to you guys. I wasn't trying. I didn't think we were going to talk about I thought we were going to talk about the different verses or different things you disbelieve or teachings that you disagree with. I wasn't trying to convince you guys to believe in Christianity. I thought that
we are talking about scriptures. Sorry, Jonathan, get off your cross. I know you like the story of Jesus. But stop with the I've been so crucified here. We literally are talking about with scriptures and teachings of Christianity we don't agree with, because the core and central teaching and scriptures of Christianity deal with the resurrection of Jesus Christ so that all who sin may be redeemed and live with the Father in heaven once more. That is at its core what we are discussing. And now you are being pushed into these corners where you recognize things you said are blatantly untrue. When you're asked to repeat questions back that you were just asked, it's you're sort of exposed as the person not listening, but because you can't, and you just went off on some tangent you want to. Jonathan, stop trying to put on us that you never came in here honestly. If you want to sit and say, I've gotten frazzled and I'm now not engaging well because I've let my emotions get ahead of me, let me go ahead and take the night off, calm down, think about what I want to present next time, and call back, that's fine. But this like martyrdom shit where you're trying to put on us that you failed, that you cannot defend the truth of the supernatural resurrection of Jesus Christ is some Christian martyr bullshit.
That's a very big aspect of Christianity, is believing in something.
And that's a terrible reason to believe in anything, because everyone can believe anything on faith.
Dude.
Muslims believed on faith.
Do you not have faith in anything? You have faith in nothing.
Correct. Because
when you turn the lights on, you don't
equiv-
think they're going to turn on when you flip the light switch.
Oh my God, I hate when this happens.
Great. So Jonathan, now I'm going to expose you once again as not knowing the words you are using. And now I'm going to expose you as not even knowing the scriptures you are claiming, because you've just committed what's called the equivocation fallacy. We had this happen earlier this week when somebody tried to defend Christianity using S5 modal logic, where they were using the terms probable or possible and necessary in the logic philosophy way, and then responding when the colloquial use was brought to them. So you are now trying to mix in religious faith and switch to colloquial faith, which would mean confidence based on evidence, based on past experience, confidence.
Whereas
religious faith, excuse me, Jonathan.
Look at the Latin meaning of confidence. Look at the root word of confidence.
Great, and yet, Jonathan, it doesn't matter.
Like, come on, man.
And yet, Jonathan, I'm going to continue my point, because I literally just used the term colloquial. The origin of a word, the reason why we have a new word for it is because we use it differently. Faith, as in religious faith, is, by the way, defined in your own text in Hebrew 11 verses 1. You're welcome to pull that up if you need to be educated on it. Faith means belief without evidence. Faith means belief via spiritual apprehension, that I have not had this thing proven to me as true. So when I turn on the light switch, by the way, I do expect it will turn on. Believe is an interesting word there. I expect it to turn on based on my pattern of turning on light switches. But guess what? I also have a knowledge that it might not turn on, because there are a great many things that could go wrong, like a blown circuit, a blown out light bulb, or whatever. And that is all based in material, real facts and information. Religious faith is not the same type of faith. So once again, another expose. You don't know what you're talking about, and you just committed an equivocation fallacy.
Can I respond?
Sure. Would you like to begin by apologizing for your fallacy?
I'll apologize. Let me just go on what you said. That whole thing. So yeah, I do have that in my life. You may not have experienced that, but as soon as I started following Jesus, praying, calling on his name, reading the Bible, going to church, doing the things that Jesus calls us to do, and my life drastically changed. Little moments, things that would happen that would had no reason to happen, but were my benefit.
Jonathan, we don't need to waste time on Jonathan. We don't need to waste Jonathan. Okay. Jonathan, we don't need to waste time on your personal faith-based testimony, because this is the same thing Muslims use, Mormons use, everybody of every religion. So if you want us to believe your religion, you have to give us something better than faith, better than personal experience, because everything you just said is less compelling than my old reasons for being Christian, my old reasons for being Mormon, because I would have said not just that I believe based on faith, I would have said I know it's true. But then later I learned how to actually engage the skeptical part of my brain, how to actually engage skepticism, how logic actually works, how reason actually works. And once I had a consistent epistemology, I had to put those things down. So Jonathan, I will unmute you. Sorry if I've taken over the call, Jovan. I promise I'll stop. It just the constant, like, you're just giving us the same reason Muslims are Muslim, Hindus are Hindus, Christians are Christians. Christians you disagree with are Christians, Catholics and Protestants, Mormons are Mormons, Scientologists are Scientologists. In fact, if you want to hear the craziest fucking testimonies of how life changed after they became a certain religion and accepted a religious figure into their hearts, go listen to a Scientologist talk about not just how they think their life changed, but how they then had the power to start changing the world, because the size of their claims are much bigger. Jonathan, we need facts and reasons that work not for anybody of any religion. It has to be an exclusively effective epistemology. Now I return it to you instead of getting another testimony that I get from everybody else.
There's more people who believe in Christianity than any other religion.
Incorrect. Islam is the largest religion in the planet.
Yeah, I think that changed a little bit ago. Let me look it up.
By the way, what fallacy did you just commit? Do you know?
Sorry?
Which fallacy did you just commit? Do you know?
Fallacy? What do you mean?
Yes, if I say Christianity is true because more people believe it. Excuse me, Jonathan. Jonathan, don't ask me a question and talk over me. Jonathan, don't ask me a question and talk over me. I'm going to explain it to you. You just committed a fallacy and it came in this form. Christianity is true because the most people are Christian. What fallacy is that?
That's not what I'm saying, dude. That's not at all what I'm saying.
What you're saying.
What I'm saying.
You committed an argument
there's literally billions of people who can confess the faith of Jesus Christ.
Okay, let me
more
try.
than any other religion.
And there are billions of people who are Muslim.
There's something to that.
Jovan, if you don't mind, if you don't mind, I have one more. I have to mute you again because you're talking over and you're just committing the same fallacy. You can say more people than any individual religion. However, actually, if you break up Christianity into its different Christian sects which disagree with each other, there are far fewer sects of Islam. So as far as faith in an individual tradition of the religion, Islam has you beat by so fucking much. Especially with you're going to count all the Catholics when most of them are lay Catholics. They don't even know what the fuck they believe. But it wouldn't matter anyway, because using your logic, I can say, great, more people in the entire world, something like 3 times more people do not believe in Christianity, whether they believe in Islam, Hinduism, whatever, than believe in Christianity. And I could use that same fallacious method of reasoning to then say, therefore, Christianity is untrue. But it would also be fallacious what you're doing. Christianity is not true dependent on how many people believe in it. Islam is not true based on how many people believe in it. They are true based on whether or not they can be factually defended. And Christianity cannot. That's why, imagine believing something is true, like evolution. Evolution is true. Imagine my arguments for evolution being true never are why evolution is true, but arguments like, do you know where the Latin for evolution comes from? Do you know how many people accept evolution? Do you know how smart the people who accept evolution are? And that is the type of argument that I would resort to if I didn't know how to actually defend evolution, because I wouldn't have a non-fallacious way to defend it. And that's what you're doing now. I will concede my time for the remainder of your call with Jovan, because I don't know how I can get through to you any more than that.
I just feel that this is a little embarrassing, Jonathan. I just feel like you're on a script, and the second me and Jimmy pull you from your script.
Because, dude, it's not that, man. I don't have notes in front of me and all this stuff. Like, I'm not a photographer. I'm an average dude. I'm not some scholar, dude. What I was trying to talk about, what I was trying to get to is, like, I didn't understand why the Christianity, like, why you need to disprove it. What's wrong with it? My question to you guys was, what was the goal of trying to disprove Christianity or pull people away from it?
Let me answer that question for you. I believe Christianity at its core is responsible for a litany of human rights violations across the globe for thousands of years. I believe Christianity at its core is responsible for the nationalist fascist movement currently propping up in the United States. And I believe that people would be better off with a level of skepticism where they don't just believe in magic, especially magic with no proof.
Okay, and I understand where you're coming from. I can admit that many people have used the Christian religion and the Bible to exploit people, enslave people. They've used it to create wars and stuff like that.
Jonathan, wait. I don't believe that people do it because they're misinterpreting or taking the text. The text is very clear. God had
Okay,
in the
tell me in
Bible.
the text where it tells people to do that. In the Christian New Testament, where it tells people to do that.
Leviticus 25 verses 44 to 46.
That's not New Testament.
The New Testament doesn't overwrite the Old Testament. Jesus said, I didn't come to change.
Does.
No, it doesn't. Jesus said you still have to follow
yes,
Moses.
It does.
No,
Christians
it doesn't.
Don't follow the Old Testament as law.
Then you are
we
not. Then you are not following Jesus. But Leviticus is Moses' law. Leviticus is Moses' law.
Anymore.
Leviticus is Moses' law. Leviticus is the laws God gives to Moses to give to the Hebrew people on Mount Sinai. That is Moses' law. Is Levitical law. You don't even know your own book.
Yeah, dude, we don't.
How does Leviticus start? How does Leviticus?
Christianity does not teach that. Jesus does not teach any of that.
Jesus specifically says. Jesus specifically says to follow the old law. He specifically says this. So he does teach this because he tells everybody that they are to follow Mosaic law, which is both the laws from Exodus and Leviticus.
I have something I wrote a little while ago. Let me try and find it in my notes.
My God, what? Like, I swear to God, you guys don't read your own
book. He just said he doesn't have a script or notes and just told you to give him a second so he finds something in his notes.
I write about
Testament commands. Hey, by the way, Mr. We only obey the New Testament, which is untrue. You might want to go ahead and read Ephesians 6:5. I'm gonna go pee. I wonder if he'll be done scouring his notes by the time I get back.
Doubtful. Jonathan, I can just tell you what Jesus said about the old law. Like, I can just tell you. I can just tell you directly.
Okay, so it's based off of a covenant. So we obey the New Testament rather than the Old Testament. Jesus fulfills the Old Covenant and established a new covenant. The Old Testament contains law of Moses given by God by Israel, dietary laws, sacrifices, circumcision, temple rules, civil laws. Christians believe this was a temporary covenant meant to prepare the way for the Messiah. Galatians 3:24, the law was our guardian until Christ came. Jesus inaugurates a new covenant promised in the Old Testament itself. Jeremiah 31:31, the days are coming when I will make a new covenant. Jesus fulfilled the law, not abolished it. Jonathan,
can you do me a favor? Jonathan, can you do me a favor? What you're doing right now is you're just reading off of a script that you're not critically thinking about. It's just sort of weird. Jesus says, and I quote, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish these things, but to fulfill them." He didn't get rid of them. He says, anyone who breaks one of the least of these commands and teaches others to do so will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. He says, he does not make, Jonathan, you're adding to your own text. Jesus doesn't say anywhere that this is about ceremonial law. You are coming with a cop-out because the actual book says something that you wouldn't believe. So instead, you have to twist the words of your own text. Jesus does not mention anywhere that it is just ceremonial law. He doesn't mention this at all. He says you have to still follow Mosaic law.
No, he says, let no one judge you with regard to food or festivals. Galatians 2:16.
That is not what,
that means that we no longer have to worry about
that. Is not, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
And Jesus puts together his new commandments, which are supposed to be held above Moses' law. Jesus summarized God's law as love God, love your neighbor. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets, Matthew 22:40. Christians follow Christ's teachings, not a legal code.
Incorrect.
It's not incorrect, dude.
It is. And it's just sad. Not. It's just sad that you're adding context to a book that's very clear about what it is saying.
We don't follow that law. There's new covenants and new laws that Jesus created that we're supposed to follow. We're supposed to look at the Old Testament.
Follow those while still following the laws of Moses.
The Old Testament is like the only people who follow only the Old Testament and follow it by the book.
Hold on. I'm just gonna Matthew 23, 1-3. Jesus tells the crowd and his disciples that the scribes and Pharisees sit on Moses' seat and instructs them to do what they teach. They sit on the seat of Moses, they teach what Moses taught, and you are supposed to follow this. Jesus says this verbatim.
Did you already do Matthew 5:18?
You're not talking. Yeah, that's the verse where he's rebuking, I believe. So hang on, let me go into Matthew.
You're tagged. I'm going to the bathroom now, Jimmy.
Matthew 5:18 is where you need to go. Hey, what's the dot over an I called? Where are you going? I didn't hear where he said he had to go. What are we doing? Why are you so quiet right now?
So, what?
Did you read 5:18 yet?
Yeah, so that whole verse is talking about reinterpreting the law and going from external obedience from the Moses law into internal transformation from Jesus Christ.
Well, that's a fun apologetic way to read it, except for that's not what it says at all.
Okay, read.
Saying reinterpreting. Wait. Reinterpreting, he says, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished.
Yeah, that's
What do you mean
Jesus.
It means reinterpret? It literally says you don't get to reinterpret. This is him on the Sermon on the Mount.
Until it's accomplished, until Jesus fulfills the law.
Jesus hasn't fulfilled anything. The Messianic prophecies haven't been fulfilled yet. Jesus says specifically, or not Jesus, one of the Messianic prophecies that Jesus is supposed to fulfill is he's supposed to call all of the sons and daughters of Israel back from all of the corners of the earth. That hasn't happened yet. So if that hasn't happened yet, then all of the prophecies haven't been fulfilled yet. Then none of the laws of Moses are changed. So what are you doing tomorrow? You got to work? Sunday? Not tomorrow, Sunday. Do you got to work on Sunday, Jonathan? Sure hope not.
Yeah,
that would break.
I do.
Well, that breaks your law. That breaks the law.
It doesn't, but
it does.
So what you're talking about is
it doesn't the way he reads the unchanging book.
Do not think I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. So Jesus does not destroy the law; he completes its purpose. Once fulfilled, a covenant is no longer binding
Jesus
in the same way.
Fulfilled the wait. In order for this to happen, Jesus must have fulfilled Messianic prophecy. Can you tell me what Messianic?
He died and rose from the dead.
Hold on, no, hold on. You have no proof that he rose from the dead. First and foremost. Also, what Messianic? If you're saying this, he would have fulfilled every single one of the Messianic prophecies. What are they, and which ones has he fulfilled?
Okay, can you read 5:21 to 48?
No, I just want you to tell me what are the Messianic prophecies.
Messianic?
He doesn't want to engage that question because it'll reveal he doesn't know again.
I'm sorry, I'm saying Messianic, but Messianic is the prophecies of the Messiah.
He's Googling.
The prophecies that are needed to be the Messiah. Because there's like a fuck ton of them, just saying. And I can't think of one Jesus has fulfilled.
I do like, though, he must be conceding that if you read just the Old Testament, you'd end up being evil because the God of the Old Testament is evil. It's very obvious to him that this God that he believes is loving and unchanging and stuff stopped being such a bastard once he had a kid.
No, it's not true.
Had a baby and he calmed down.
So it's the same thing as like if let's just put it, if you're a criminal, right? You commit a crime, you rob a store. And a cop comes, picks you up, and then takes you out for ice cream and lets you go. That's not justice, right? So when in the Old Testament, when people would commit sin and there was nobody there's no Jesus to forgive them for their sins, God had to create justice within the world. He sent his son because he didn't want to no longer do those things, and he sent an option in order to save us so that we no longer had to suffer the consequences of our sins as long as we turn to Christ.
Jonathan, he sent his son because he's a vindictive asshole. Jesus didn't need to send, or God didn't need to send Jesus down to forgive our sins. God could have just forgiven them. He could have just snapped his fingers and all is forgiven. Instead, he sends, instead he did, I'm going to send my one son into the motherfucking lion's den to be tortured.
Yeah, okay, so I have all of the prophecies
weird.
according to what Christians believe, or the Masonic prophecies, according to what Christians believe, and according to the history that we believe in, all of them have been fulfilled.
Nate, give me one. Pick one.
All right, so, and this is based off of our belief system, not what you think you know. It says Messiah would be born of a woman.
That was a very cute. That was a very cute poisoning the well. Where it's like, by the way, it won't matter what you know and the facts that you have.
Dude, Jimmy, you just missed. Jimmy, you just missed what just happened.
Christians.
You missed what just happened. The prophecy he gave me was born of a woman. Last time I checked, like 99% of people are born of women. So I guess I am a Messiah, and Jimmy is a Messiah.
All right.
Jonathan,
Messiah
are you a Messiah?
You go to Matthew, it talks about that lineage.
I'm sorry, which one are you talking about?
The second one, Messiah would come from Abraham's line. If you go into Matthew and you read the lineage of Jesus, it goes all the way back to Abraham. And I believe in John, there's another lineage that takes them all the way back to Adam.
This doesn't prove that Jesus was of the Abrahamic line, because the Gospels say, of course the Gospels would say so. They want you to believe Jesus was a prophet. So, they would say that he was born from Abraham's line. You don't have a genealogy.
So, again, this is off of
Jonathan, I need you to do something for me. Jonathan, stop. Here's what I need you to recognize. The Bible is the claim. It is not the evidence. When you say it is the claim that this happened. It's not the evidence that this happened. It's just the claim.
Okay.
That's how the Bible works. It's a claim. It's a book of a lot of claims, a lot of which contradict each other, but it's not the evidence.
All right.
By the way, hey,
there's biblical.
So wait.
So the way you're talking about biblical evidence,
Jonathan.
And we have
you accept the book of Micah.
More evidence.
You're not going to talk over me. I have the mute button. Micah 4 has one of the messianic prophecies. Which one's in Micah? I want to know how much you know the book. Which messianic prophecy is in Micah 4?
Are you talking to me or did you mute me?
You. Which messianic prophecy is in Micah 4? Which messianic prophecy is in Micah 4?
I have my Bible, dude. I'm trying to look into this, man. I told you I don't have like a photographic memory. I'm like that, but it's a universal peace.
Yeah. So that's been fulfilled, right? No wars. Not just no wars, by the way. God's temple at the mountain of the Lord's temple will be established. So that one hasn't been fulfilled. And world peace is yet to be achieved. Or wait, when did world peace happen? Did Trump just do that? While we've been on the phone, did Trump get world peace?
No, instead he bombed Nigeria. Anyway, Jonathan, it's been 40 minutes and you haven't been able to provide any sort of like decent argument. Me and Jimmy are going to move on. Hopefully somebody else can provide a better argument.
What's dumb is him saying Christians agree. Mainstream Christians agree many of them were not fulfilled. That the universal knowledge and worship of God hasn't been fulfilled. The gathering of Israel, as Jovan already said, hasn't been fulfilled. The reign of Jesus with peace for everybody has not been fulfilled. Like, where is he getting that anybody believes they've all been fulfilled? No one believes that. By the way, the resurrection is also one of the messianic, the mass resurrection is one of the messianic things. Nobody's been resurrected but Jesus and those people who were zombies when he raised.
Jimmy, we have a lot. I kind of want to hit this person who's been waiting 50 minutes, but we do have a lot of people. Before we do, let me just say some shout outs to people. Shout out to where was my last? Here we go. Avatar Storm Crow for gifting 5 subs. Thank you for doing that over on Twitch. Just a Human Dude, thank you for resubscribing. Well.
It's a salary for teaching this guy his own book with a very generous $100. Appreciate you very much.
Dope. Just a Human Dude, thank you for resubscribing with Prime for your 25th month. Raging Butterfly, thank you for resubscribing with Prime for your 9th month. Lady Patero, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Miss Sparklebottom, thank you for subscribing for 1 month at tier 1. We also have a birthday party, so really quick, I'm going to hit a birthday song for the birthday on a birthday party with a birthday. Just real quick. Just there you go. There's your birthday song for you. Ayo.
By the way, guys, my autism needs a tune-up. Please send $10 for Tylenol. If anybody wants to send some autism tune-ups,
thank you guys for the
chats will get me 1 additional autism.
Also, thank you guys for the super chats. All super chats on my stream will be read at the end of stream. If you super chat over on my YouTube page, I'll read those at the end of stream. Also, shout out to Bradley for the Venmo, said F that guy, W. Angie for the Venmo said fuck that asshole, W. Donna said $5 for White Nana. Thank you.
How many dollars?
5.
Excuse me, how many dollars did Donna send?
5.
Somebody play the tape. Somebody play the tape.
Huh?
Do you know what you said? You said no. Donna sent fag dollars.
That's fucking crazy.
This is why I've not been saying Nigeria. Just one little slip.
And Vel sent $20, said for mute Jimmy for the bit, and I didn't do it, and now I think I should have. Yeah, it's okay. You guys can cancel me. Please feel free to cancel me. I welcome all cancellations over here on Jovan Bradley X Debates W title debate live / how Jimmy got her groove back.
Oh no, we won't be able to debate MAGAs anymore. Not that. It's the worst threat, canceling us. Like, oh, we'll have to do something other than this. I guess I'll just woodwork. I got a wood shop that wishes I would get canceled.
For real. All right. We're going to bring up the next caller. We got a lot of people in the calling queue. So please consider staying if you're in the calling queue. We're going to get to everybody, including Andrew from New Jersey, apparently. No. Okay, people, look, we're about to take a different call, but let me just say the goal we said earlier didn't work. So we're going to do a different goal. $10 super chat or 10 super chats of $10 higher. We're going to go a little bit more, 15, and you have 30 minutes to do it for us to drop Andrew from New Jersey. I put it in y'all's hands. I am not. We have plenty of calls, but if in that 30 minutes, and if Andrew's still on and you guys haven't done it, I have to end the other goal first. It's over. It's all over. But the crying. Oh, you can set super chat goals?
Yeah, they're kind of dumb. So you can do goals of. So I can make I need 15 super chats of at least $10, and then I can mark what the goal is. And so I've said 15 super chats of at least $10, and I will drop Andrew from New Jersey. Otherwise, that dude's getting on. So just so you guys know.
All right, let's get over our next caller. You'll start this one, Jimmy, just so I can go refill my water. Coming up to stream next, we have Josiah. Josiah is calling in about Christianity as well. Now, Josiah does believe God exists. We'll see if Josiah has more evidence than Jonathan did, the last caller. Josiah, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hello, I am 24 and my pronouns are he, him.
All right. Now, Josiah, I'm hoping you can prove the trueness of Christianity more than the last caller. So give it a try.
Well, I just want to say thanks. I'm a big fan of Jovan, Jimmy. I haven't really heard of you, but you seem like a nice guy.
Suck it, Jimmy.
I'm not. No. And you won't be a big fan of mine for sure. But go on.
That's all right. I probably won't be as fragile as whatever the last. I can't remember his name anymore. But
me neither.
Yeah. So I think some of the stuff. I really can't remember his name. I'm blanking so hard. But some of the stuff he said seemed legit to me. But also some of the stuff, like your rebuttals, were very interesting. And I was looking them up as I went. And I think the main thing I want to ask is, do you have evidence that it isn't true?
Yes. So, Josiah, Here's the thing. 99% of the people you call with this are going to say the burden of proof isn't on me. And to tell you the truth, I'm still going to say the burden of proof isn't on me. You need to prove to me that Jesus Christ exists. Otherwise, if you don't, in the same way, that wouldn't be good enough reason for you not to believe in Islam. That wouldn't be a good enough reason for you, or rather to believe in Islam, Mormonism, anything else. And they'll all say the same thing. You can't prove our magic claims aren't true. The burden of proof is on the person who makes the claim. However, is there adequate evidence in my mind to draw the conclusion that not only is the Bible not true, but that humankind created God, and that the current monotheism is after the evolution of Jewish polytheism, which preceded Jewish monotheism, before Jewish monotheism, and we can track that through. You can go to Israel right now, or temples near Israel right now in the Middle East, and Jewish temples that have shrines to other gods, and we can track back the history of current Christian God from monotheism, Christianity, polyish Christianity, and also polytheistic Judaism, back through these more like pagan roots all the way back to animism. And in the same way that we can do that with wizards, we can say we know Harry Potter isn't true because we know where wizards come from. We can say we know gods don't exist because we know where gods come from. Now, if you would like proof that Jesus doesn't exist, that Jesus's claims aren't true, you can certainly prove that a human being cannot come back from the dead after achieving actual death over 3 days. So in as much as you can prove anything in the material world, you can materially prove that the story of Jesus is not true. If you want to resort to, but can you prove magic isn't true? Well, no, but then you can't prove anything isn't true. Literally anything. You can't prove that I'm not inside you right now controlling you like a puppet, right? Because magic. So in as much as anything can be proven not true, yes, I can prove Christianity is untrue, I can prove the existence of God is untrue, and I can claim to know both of those things.
Sure, I see what you're saying. Sorry. Basically, so, I'm sorry. I'm having a brain fart here.
I got you. It's overwhelming. It's a lot of information, and most people won't make such a confident claim. Our interest in you is going to be lots of people believe, based on faith. It says you told the call screener that you believe you can't call an individual's faith untrue. I believe we have and can. So we would need you to either defend the assertion that you can't call an individual's faith untrue, or defend the assertion that God exists in some way that is meaningful, that should compel us to believe, and not include the threats from the Bible, because those threats seem to be the only thing you have to motivate belief, not actually proof of truth. Just the like, I'm threatening you, and if you don't believe, what if the threats are true? Not they are true, but what if?
Right. I actually think about like the threats. I think that the Christianity is like largely based off of that, but I also believe that is really comes down to like who has spread Christianity, and I agree that Christianity has done egregiously horrible things the same way I agree that other religions have as well, and also people have done horrible things in the name of science.
Josiah, all of this is fine, but it's just preamble, right? All of this, we don't need to talk about what we agree on. Yes, lots of religions have done great things. Lots of religions have done terrible things. Neither the greatness or the terror indicates whether the thing is true or not. You might have cancer, even though that's a terrible reality. Okay? So let's get to why it's true. I already gave you my reasons for why it's not, a sort of brief overview. You asked if we could do that. The burden of proof is still very much on you if you assert that it's true. However, I'm not afraid of defending that it's not.
Yeah, so there are, well, one of the things you mentioned was that people can't come back to life. I think there are modern day accounts of that happening.
Nope. There are 0 accounts of a person being truly dead. We're talking dead. Brain activity has ceased for 3 days. We'll cut it to 24 hours. I'll cut off 2 days for you. If you can find evidence of a single individual who after 1 hour, I'll cut off most of it, of true total brain death has been brought back to life, I will concede the point that resurrection is possible.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I can't. I guess some of the accounts that I've heard of could be like not scientifically proven. So that's fine.
That will be true. That will be the case, because if you've heard of anything, just saying that you know of a story. I know of stories. I know of lots of stories that you won't believe in that people track as evidence. But what I'm telling you is there is no proof anybody has ever died when you're dead and come back from dead.
Okay. So just I mean, I think I would have trouble finding that on such short notice. So that's my bad for not.
I want to take it I'll take it even a step further than what Jimmy is saying. I don't think there's enough evidence to promptly say Jesus was buried in a tomb to even have the ability to do this. Because it just doesn't make sense with what we know historically, right? Romans historically would take political prisoners, which is what Jesus was. He was a political prisoner. They specifically crucified him because of the claims that he was the king of the Jews. That was like the specific reason why Rome crucified Jesus. He was a political enemy. And when they crucified political enemies, they left them on the cross for days and then threw them, as an example, and then threw them into mass unmarked graves. It doesn't make sense that Jesus would be this special case that they not only put him in a tomb, but place armed guards at his tomb. That's just not how Rome operated.
Yeah. But at least that's all physically possible. As far as like demonstrating that, saying that I'm fine with saying I know Jesus wasn't resurrected, because we don't establish whether we know things are possible or impossible on the invocation of magic. So if we do not say magic is one of the options, then I absolutely know. But if magic is one of the options, then nothing is impossible and everything is possible, and that's crazy. So if you're going to say magic did it, you have to prove the magic happened. Then you fully have the burden of proof. So Josiah, we've answered now why do you believe it did happen? And do you have a reason, you might have lots of reasons. What are the reasons you believe that we should find compelling?
Well, okay, so there's this evidence of Jesus existing and Jesus being like
Joseph Smith existed, Muhammad existed, neither of them are who they said they were. No. So existing, fine. Being a big impact on society,
I agree.
Fine. I don't necessarily agree that happened, but I will give it to you for the sake of argument. Fine.
Sure. The evidence for the things in the Bible being true is the Bible, and they're what
that doesn't work.
What I'm trying to say is what myself and other Christians believe is that that is enough evidence. And if you don't believe that that's enough evidence,
let's take that. Let's just really quickly, let's analyze that evidence real quick. You're saying the Bible is evidence enough that the resurrection happened. Whose accounting of the resurrection is true? Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John? Which one of them is the correct account? Or Paul's? Which one of these 5 people because they all give different accounts of what happened. So which part of the Bible am I believing is true?
I think we can look at the details that line up from all of them, and that's like how they chose the accounts that they chose in the Council of Nicaea, because they lined up the most and they supported each other the most. I think my point in saying that is like.
Well, hold on, Josiah. I don't want to skate past this real quick. I don't want to skate past this.
Okay.
They give widely different accounts of what happened. Right now, some of them are similar, but there's a lot that is different here. So for one, what happens when Jesus resurrects? Because some people say, I think it's Luke who says that there was thunder and the ground shook and there was like all this crazy shit happened, and everybody else is like, he just resurrected. Sorry, it was Matthew. Matthew claims an earthquake happened. Matthew claims an angel came down and rolled away the stone from in front of them. Mark, Luke, and John are just like, no, the stone was already gone by the time anyone got there. So who's correct?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because this would call this. So if I'm saying that 3 of these accounts are the same and what is different, I'm throwing Matthew completely out. Right? Because it seems like all the other 3 are pretty consistent, but Matthew's making something up. So I don't believe Matthew now. Now, do those 3 disagree on anything? Do Mark, Luke, and John disagree on anything? The answer would be yes, they do. They disagree on who was at the tomb. They disagree on what Jesus said when he resurrected. So now I'm calling into question the validity of these 3. So, like, if we're saying the resurrection happened and we're using the Bible as this, but the Bible is showing itself to me to not to be contradictory, how do I know what to believe from the Bible and what not to believe?
Well, the thing that they all agree on is that he resurrected.
It's not the question. And mine, like, not to get meta with it, but you didn't answer Jovan's question. And fundamentally, what you're still doing is saying the book is enough of the evidence. Okay, well, then I guess I'm a Mormon now, because Mormons say the Book of Mormon is enough evidence of the Book of Mormon. Or maybe I'll be a Muslim, because Muslims say...
I'm not saying the Bible...
Muslims say that the Quran is good enough. No, but you're saying it's good enough for the resurrection. I asked you the compelling evidence that we should also believe in the resurrection. And we've already pointed out to you and others why we don't find the Bible to be a reliable book. We know, not believe. We know certain things in the Bible are not true. Some person in chat tried to claim archaeological digs have found artifacts proving the events of the Bible took place, like the Exodus. Actually, our best anthropological and archaeological evidence proved the Exodus did not happen. Our scientific evidence and understanding of DNA proves that the concept of Adam and Eve is impossible. Therefore, we know it is untrue. So the book, the Bible, is already so terribly unreliable in its accounting of history that I don't find it now compelling when its accounts of history include magic. And well, I'm not going to say, well, the Bible makes me feel good, therefore I'm going to go with the Bible. I like that story any more than I think it's okay for a Muslim to do that or a Mormon to do that, because their books we asked for exclusive proof, and you gave me the same evidence that everybody in every religion gives for theirs.
Okay, what do you say to the fact that there are like thousands of different cross-references for accounts in the Bible and written by different people?
That's not remotely. There are thousands of different cross-references in the Harry Potter series. Who cares? They reference each other. This is the Bible is not written by one person.
That's what I'm saying.
Are you saying the Bible or Harry Potter? Okay, got you. The Bible is written by people who had source material, and it isn't without contradiction. And by the way, do you know the number one thing that, again, I'm asking you for special evidence, just for Christianity. Mormons say the Book of Mormon is the most perfect and least contradictory book ever written. And by the way, is filled with, at the bottom of each page, the Book of Mormon and then their versions of the Bible have all of the cross references to the Bible. So they'll also reference how the Book of Mormon references the Bible as part of the proof. And Muslims will also tell you it is the most perfect book free of flaws. So I feel like I need a scoreboard of evidence for Islam, Book of Mormon, and Christianity provided by Josiah, and yet you're only one of those religions.
Okay, yeah, I think, I mean, like the Quran specifically, lines up with a lot of the Old Testament and the Torah. The Book of Mormon is its own thing. It's not an ancient text.
They claim it's an ancient text.
So,
what do you mean? What proof do you have that if magic is on the table? If magic is on the table, why is it not an ancient text? It wasn't written by Joseph Smith, according to them. They say that Joseph Smith uncovered the plates that start with the story of Lehi, though you could go with the story of the brother of Jared from a separate part, but start with the story of Lehi from around 600 BC and run up to 200 to 300 AD with the story of Moroni, that they were written on plates in a language called Ancient Reformed Egyptian. Joseph Smith found those plates, and through basically magic instruments given to him by God, he translated those plates. And so this, I mean, literally, their claim is that they are as ancient, older than the story of Jesus Christ, including in it a story of Jesus Christ coming to America.
I mean, do you genuinely think that there's the same amount of evidence towards the Book of Mormon or towards Mormonism than towards Christianity and Islam and Hinduism?
No, there's technically more, because Joseph Smith has been confirmed to exist as a fact, whereas Jesus Christ is only a historical figure. Historical figures don't have the same burden of evidence. Historical figures, we just have to basically agree that this figure is significant in history, and then they are considered a part of human historical canon.
Okay, I think like if you decided to start a religion and wrote an entire book about it, there'd be more evidence for that religion than Mormonism. And then
in theory,
even more.
There could be.
Okay.
There's also more evidence that Mormonism is untrue, because Mormonism is younger, so we can investigate certain claims that they make. Whereas the Bible has some amount of age to it, so investigating and finding out what the intentions of certain passages are harder to uncover. Islam and the Quran have the exact same advantage.
I think like the difference between, and I'm lumping the Old Testament, the Torah, and the Quran all together. The difference between that and the Book of Mormon is like they were written by different people.
I'm sorry, you don't get to lump the Quran in unless you also believe the Quran is true. You want to lump the Torah in with the New Testament. I'm fine with that, because you at least believe the Torah is true, but you don't believe in the Quran.
Yeah, that's valid. I believe that there are certain things in the Quran that.
But do you believe Muhammad communed with God or not?
I think if he was a prophet, all the prophets communed with God, but I guess I don't.
Do you believe that he did commune with God or not?
No.
Exactly. Mormons do, by the way. Mormons believe that he communed through the angel Gabriel and that Muhammad was something like a prophet.
I think he could have been something like a prophet as well. I mean, I think he communed with God in the same way anyone.
I doubt you know what's in the Quran then. Josiah, we're still waiting for that evidence that Christianity is true, that anybody of any religion can't claim for themselves.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know if I have it then, and that's not
right.
I don't want you
and that should bother you.
think.
That you believe in Christianity for the same reason Mormons believe in Mormonism, Muslims believe in Islam, that you have faith on the basis of tradition, of the culture you are surrounded with, on the witnessing of how it edifies people, how those communities are advantageous, and that you're finding the engagement of that system to be a positive in your life, and whether or not it is true or not is not actually a part of the assessment, because whether it is true is not the same as whether or not you feel justified in having faith in it.
Okay. I can understand why it would bother you, but can I explain why it doesn't bother me?
I guess, but literally what I'm describing is should bother you that you are not consistent, that you understand people who believe in religions that you believe are untrue have the same justification you do for believing in yours. In other words, if those people's religions are wrong, you hope somebody will come along and explain to them that faith is not a good enough reason for them to believe, but you want that to not happen to you.
I guess honestly the thing about it is like I guess I would say I'm different than a lot of Christians in the fact that like my express goal isn't really to convert people, and I know the Bible says to go out and make disciples. I'm not trying to.
Got it. So you don't believe in the actual Bible. You have a special one that's just for you and it doesn't hurt anybody, but you still are saying faith is an okay way to get to truth, and you're still supporting the numbers of people who are Christian. So Christians would still consider you an ally and a part for their foundation of justification, but you like it because it's just your own, and you think that's what makes you different than other Christians.
I actually don't think most Christians would consider me an ally in their justification, but
they're going to list you in their numbers.
I believe in Jesus and his teachings, and I believe that his teachings expressly and only permit acting in love. And I think there are parts of the Bible that, and I've heard Jovan say this plenty of times, that, and I agree with him, that do the opposite. And I think that a lot of Christians throughout history have really latched onto those parts. And I'm not saying that makes those parts of the Bible or that less true. I think there's a lot of context, like historical and cultural context, that goes into a lot of things. And also,
I think I'm ready to move on unless Jovan has something, because you're actually contradicting yourself again. You've said it's just for you. How? You're not trying to convert people. Yeah, you said you're not trying to convert people, but you believe in the words of Jesus.
Jesus said to love people unconditionally.
And what else did he say? What did he say in Matthew 28, for example? You want to grab your Bible? Yeah, therefore go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them and teaching them to obey everything I've commanded you. Or in Mark, when he said, go into all the world and preach the gospel to all creation.
Yeah, it's hard to explain for sure, and I know that this.
No, Josiah,
that sounds.
It's not. It's hard to articulate. Jovan and I get it because we've both been religious hypocrites before. Wait, Jovan, were you religious?
No.
Never mind. I get it because I was a religious hypocrite before. I get it because I remember what it feels like to feel an exceptional connection that is unique to the very essence of the universe, the creating force, and to feel like if I let this go by being intellectually honest, I will have let go the thing that makes me basically a superhero. I will have no more powers. I know what you're trying. It's just, it's not that you couldn't articulate it. It's that if you articulate it honestly, it's going to make it look worse. You are attached to what it makes you feel like to accept this unique faith as true. And you feel like you are going to just be a mere human with the rest of us if you put it down. But that's actually the good thing, the beautiful thing, not the bad thing. Come, be humans with us.
I genuinely don't feel like I'm special for being a Christian, and I don't feel I don't feel that I'm better than people who aren't. And
of course you do.
I would. What?
You literally think you have a unique perspective on the very creator of the universe that most Christians would reject because your understanding is the specific and correct one. Of course you think that you are special and better.
That I think that is making an unfair assumption about me personally. You know, I think I don't know. I just feel like if we were to really hash it out, what it comes down to is that like what my entire existence has been dedicated to making the world a better place, and not by trying to force people to believe in Jesus, but just by being
no
loving.
one said force. Even Jesus didn't say force, but he did say teach them to obey.
Okay.
Josiah, do you have a good reason for us to believe that Jesus Christ was resurrected?
I guess no, but I did think about earlier when you said that to that.
Then you don't
guy,
have a good reason for you to believe.
I don't think the central part of Christianity is only his resurrection. I think it has more to do with.
Then you don't understand Christianity. If the resurrection didn't happen, Christianity is moot. It is very much the central claim. Jovan, have you heard? Did you hear what he just said?
Did you just
that
say
the resurrection is not the central. What did you call it? It's not the central claim component of Christianity. It's literally the most important thing that Jesus Christ died and was resurrected, and through his resurrection. Nope. His resurrection paints the way for what a bunch of people call what is it? What is the thing they call it?
I don't know,
the plan
but
of salvation.
I'm gonna crucify this call real quick. Thanks for calling in, Josiah. It's been a dream. We're just circling the drain at this point. Shout out to Yemye for the pay to boot, but we were on that one for so long too. We lost the caller I was most excited about, which was the dude.
Well, Andrew's called back.
Some dude called in saying he didn't think Maga's a fascist movement because he himself is fascist and they don't align with him. But he hung up, which sucks.
Damn. It's kind of the way we defend that Democrats aren't socialists, though. You know, there's something funny about that. Andrew called back, so I just put the goal back up. We need 10 more $10 super chats in the next 30 minutes for Andrew to not be taken tonight, because I'm not changing just because he thought he could bypass it, just like because he thought he figured out a way around. I got it back. I will always figure out how to let the audience restrain you.
Let me do my shout outs. Fish Cuddle, thank you for the $5 tip over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Fish Cuddle. That puts us at that. And then, W to James for the $100 Cash App. Shout out to you, James. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and supporting the show.
James.
YouTube super chat. Thank you guys. Keep them coming. If you're super chatting on my stream, remember, I am going to be reading those at the end of stream. So keep those super chats coming. Fisto Roboto, thank you for the 7 gifted subs over on Twitch. 219-327-8005. If you're still watching and you disagree with any of the topics on the board, we've had calls that are actually on topics me and Jimmy Jimmy likes talking about today. So that's good.
Yeah,
we always like we always like to make sure that we have calls that everybody enjoys.
You're kind of like Forrest when somebody calls in too, like you and I are across different things. When somebody wants to call in with Christianity, you love going into like the individual Christian beliefs. And I just so want to just be on the, like, what do you have that doesn't get me? Like, what's the epistemology? How are we getting there?
Yeah, I found that for me, what I've found that I've loved, and it makes sense because it's the same with me with like communism and socialism. I love the history of different communist countries and what happened and how America. So it's the same with religion. I like the history of the Bible. When was shit written? What lines up with history we knew at the time? That shit gets my going. So, but it's nice because that means we have like both sides of the arguments covered.
Are you guys complaining about Andrew not being banned? I don't know who banned. The bans are not across all shows. Individual hosts can pick whatever. And here's the deal. Y'all have the power to stop Andrew. And by
Andrew's
stopping
never been
Andrew, you'll also be paying our bills.
Andrew's never been permabanned for me. I don't think Andrew's ever called my show personally. So this is what you guys got to remember is we might be streaming on Jimmy's channel as well, but this is a Jovan Bradley production. And last I checked,
but I still have a drop button.
It's a Spike Lee joint. So I mean, Jimmy can drop Andrew at any time. I don't really give a shit, but I do kind of want to know
27 minutes for 10 more soups.
I do kind of want to know what Andrew has to say about the Syria and the Nigeria thing.
The thing is he basically what he's going to say is like, I just think it was good. Would you like it if someone came in your house and blah, 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 and they're oppressing Christians? Then he's going to correct it on a bunch of things. And then,
that's
but
what
he's going to still say at the end that he doesn't agree. And then the next time he calls in, he's like, okay, I did look into it. And yeah, I don't think that anymore and that anymore, that anymore. Now here's my new giant stupid thing. And so every time it's like he acts like he got better and he learned, but then his newest claim is as stupid. So he isn't actually getting better. And that's what's so annoying about fucking Andrew. Yeah, I think I have callers saying they'll be leaving when we pick up the Andrew call. Or we have chat. In chat, I think chatters are like, yeah, if y'all don't get him out.
Well, luckily they don't have to listen to Andrew yet. Coming up next to the show, we are going to be speaking to Kevin. Kevin wants to talk about abortion. Kevin thinks all abortion is murder, literally all of them, and is also anti-contraception. So let's bring Kevin up here. Kevin, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
How you doing? My age is 33, and I do not have any pronouns because I'm not a sodomite.
Okay, hold on, Kevin. Totally fine. Wait, you're telling me do you not use pronouns at all?
Yeah, I just don't. I don't give into the whole "what's your pronouns."
No, that's not what I asked you, though. That's not what I asked you. I said, do you not use? So you're telling me you don't have preferred pronouns, Kevin? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I am a man. That's my only pronouns, I guess. But
man isn't a pronoun in the English language, but that's fine. So just confirming, if somebody saw you in the store and said, "Oh, she looks cute today," you would be fine with this because you don't have a preferred pronoun.
I wouldn't know who they're talking about, so it wouldn't bother me.
If they pointed at you and said, "She looks cute," there's Kevin. She looks cute today. Would that bother you?
No, I'd probably appreciate it to come from a good place, say it'll look good. You know, you can't be mad at someone thinking you look good.
Okay, what if she said, what if they said, "There's
Kevin"? They're fucking crazy.
What if they said, why would they be crazy?
Because I'm 6'2", 230 pounds.
There are women that are 6'2", 230 pounds. What would it matter? Well, but you said you don't have any preferred pronouns. So why would they be crazy for calling you she? You don't prefer any other pronouns.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just not into the whole pronoun thing. You know what I'm talking about.
But
I'm ready to debate on the topic.
Wait. But hold on, Kevin. We will get there. I promise. You said that they would be crazy for calling you a she. Why?
Well, I'm obviously not a woman, but
if you don't have preferred pronouns, then what would it matter? You don't care how they
because I meant as far as like, you know, the sodomite type, you know, my pronouns are they, them, big zaddy, whatever. As long as it's basically,
wait.
I wouldn't get upset with them. They say I look good, but I'm not, you know what I mean with the
So
pronouns.
Kevin, all of a sudden you're telling me that they, them aren't pronouns anymore? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, you could be super intellectual and be like, no, your words are wrong. But if you don't understand what I'm saying, I guess we should just move on to the topic.
Kevin, it's not that I don't understand what you're saying. You're being incoherent. Because they has been a singular pronoun in the English language since the 1300s. So what would the issue be with calling someone they?
You have to forgive me. I'm an educated peasant. I didn't go to college, so.
You don't need to go to college to know this.
Basically, I'm not with
Kevin,
the
I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm sorry, Kevin. Do you have a phone?
Yeah, I have a phone.
Does that phone have access to the internet?
Sure does.
Okay, so then you don't need to go to college to know that they has been a singular pronoun in the English language since the 1300s, right?
Oh, I didn't know they was singular, but
okay. So now that you know they is singular, now you think it would be okay that somebody goes by they them because it's singular, right?
Yeah, man, you got me. I'm a total uneducated fool. I only concern myself with topics that I can understand. Like, well, I was just curious.
Kevin, if you can't understand the English language, I'm worried about having a conversation with you about abortion.
40 weeks abortion? You're pro anytime abortion?
Yeah, I am for abortion up to birth.
Up to birth.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I think that's murder.
Why?
Well, can I have your definition of murder?
An unjustified killing.
An unjustified killing, like consciously, you got to be conscious of it. Ending.
No, I don't think you need to be conscious of it. I think just any unjustified ending of life. Also, wait, Jimmy, are you back? Did Jimmy clock out?
Yeah.
What happened?
No, I'm here.
Oh, your camera's frozen.
So what do you use to justify ending another human's life like that?
If you are using another person's bodily resources without their consent, it's justified to end the use of that in whatever way.
They didn't consent to make the baby with God.
I'm sorry, I don't believe in God, so try again.
Have the baby.
I'm sorry, consent to, what do you mean did they consent to have the baby? If they had abortion, then they don't consent to have the baby. What are you talking about?
Am I back?
You're saying like, oh, they didn't consent to have the baby. So you're like only have abortions if they didn't consent.
Well, yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the removal of consent of something using your bodily resources would justify any abortion.
Okay. So no abortions for women that consented to have sex but wanted to terminate.
I'm not talking about consent to sex. I'm talking about consent to being pregnant. Consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy. Consent to pregnancy is consent to pregnancy.
Even if it was consent to pregnancy, it wouldn't prevent you from withdrawing your consent either. It's not, but even if it was, you could still withdraw your consent to pregnancy.
So 40 weeks, you think that's okay? Just kill the baby.
Why would you have to kill the baby?
That's when it's due. That's its birthday. Really.
Why would I have to kill the baby?
What do you mean?
I mean, why would I have to kill the baby?
But you say not you, because you're right, because you wouldn't have to kill the baby.
Why would anyone have to kill the baby?
Okay for women to kill babies at 40 weeks?
No, I think it's probably wrong to kill a baby at 40 weeks.
Right.
That doesn't mean you still can't abort it. No, doesn't mean you still can't abort it. You just take it out.
By the way, I don't think it's inherently wrong to kill a baby at 40 weeks. I think it's conditionally wrong. I think if there is no reason to euthanize, if we must use that word, the child, then there's potentially immoral. But just to say, is it immoral to put to sleep? It depends why we're doing it.
So you would do
not a
more
good
about
reason to do it. The abortion,
don't want the baby. It's wrong.
I wouldn't make it illegal in any case. But if the abortion is happening for a reason that requires euthanasia, then fine. That euthanasia is the compassionate part, then fine. Otherwise, both Jovan and I, at 40 weeks, you abort a live fetus. Abortions don't have to kill the fetus.
So you're saying abort it by not killing it, like delivering it. It sounds like delivering it.
Both hysterectomy abortions and induction abortions could be done without killing the fetus. So we could do those. And
we do all kinds of abortions without killing.
The way,
Okay.
so for instance, just really quickly, the way that I define abortion is the way Harvard Medical used to define abortion prior to Trump rewriting the rules of how medical providers have to define it. But it would be the evacuation of the contents of the uterus via like medical means. So as long as like medically you evacuate the contents of the uterus, I would classify that essentially as an abortion.
Yeah, you can literally just go with like what it literally means. I'm aborting the pregnancy. To abort a pregnancy doesn't necessarily mean killing anything. It just means that I was pregnant, and as a result of an action I am purposefully taking, I will no longer be pregnant. I am going to abort the operation.
So you're saying as long as the baby doesn't die, it's good?
No, I said there are times where the baby can die, should die.
Yeah, like if for instance,
so when is it a good situation? Just so we're on the same page.
Okay, let me just break it down for you, Kevin. Let me just break it down for you, Kevin. Let me just break it down to you. Up to 24 weeks and this is going to be my basis. Jimmy can agree or disagree after I say it, and he'll like based on what he says. Up to 24 weeks, up until the baby is sentient. You can abort it in any fucking way you want, because I don't give a shit what we do to a non-sentient body. Kill it, throw it in a river, toss it in a volcano. Yeah. I don't really give a fuck.
Reason, too.
After it is sentient, so after 24 weeks, I think we should prioritize methods of abortion that keep the fetus alive, unless there's an issue, a medical issue, in which they cannot do that. And then in which case, I'm going to give the determination on how the abortion is done up to the pregnant person and their doctor. That's the whole stance.
The only way mine would be different is I wouldn't need as many words. I would just say it's always up to the pregnant person and their doctor. I don't need the government in there at all.
Well, I would like to say that for the first person that just told me that, I do appreciate that you have some concern for human life. It gives me a little more hope for you.
Oh, Kevin, I don't give a shit about human life. Kevin, just really quickly.
I just feel differently. I just feel like
Kevin, I just want to correct you on Kevin, I just want to correct you on my stance. I don't give a shit about human life. I care about sentient life. Whether that sentient life is human or not does not matter. Just is it sentient?
I care about sentient human life. I care about some other sentient lives, but I wouldn't say sentience is
the unsentient. That's what I'm saying. You have more human compassion. I don't understand why you're trying to be like, no, wait, I actually am evil. Don't misconstrue me for having a heart.
I'm actually eviler.
Like, that was kind of weird.
We don't actually agree with your definition of evil, nor do we need you to give us more than we actually represent and believe in. Just because you misunderstand what those words he just said meant doesn't mean that he wouldn't like the... I just wanted to
say, if you feel like you have life, it's not right to kill the life at any reason.
I disagree with that.
Bruh, your skin cells are human life. Is it okay for your skin cells to die?
That's what I'm talking about, your skin cells. But
no, you are speaking definitively. Excuse me, you don't get
100% of all people were born from a mother.
You don't get to like throw that off as though you weren't just speaking with totality and the difference between us, where we don't give a fuck about sentience. And as I said the other day, no matter what your reason is, before 24 weeks, before sentience kicks on, I do not care what your reason is for aborting. No matter what it is.
That's wrong.
After
why do you feel like it's up to you to just terminate the life? I mean...
Because, as I said, your skin cells are alive, but your skin cells aren't precious because they aren't sentient.
Yeah, we're talking about skin cells.
We are.
No, we're talking about babies in the womb.
We are talking about fetuses that have the same amount of awareness of sentience as your skin cells. They are, in fact.
So were you never a frankly, an
18-year-old fetus is less important.
I don't even believe in masturbation. That's why sodomy is a sin, because you're sending your life into a shit hell.
That explains so much. You not believing in masturbation explains so much about why you care so much about this.
This guy's definitely a sodomite who masturbates a ton, by the way.
Wait, here, hold on. I want to see something really quickly.
I'm saying, like, anything that would take your seed and send it to death is not a good thing. I think it's not right to masturbate.
So then the way God designed our bodies is not a good not a good thing. Do you know how many sperm die every day naturally, whether you masturbate? Hey, how many sperm die every day?
I hate to.
How many sperm die every day, regardless of if you are
I just have to interrupt real quick. Kevin, tell me if you Kevin, hold on, Kevin, stop. I just want to know if you recognize this sound. Just let me know if you recognize this. Do you recognize that sound, Kevin?
Oh, I don't know what that sound is.
That
I'm not on Grindr or whatever.
Try the cousin porn.
No, you do recognize that sound. Interesting that you know the Grindr sound, Kevin. Interesting.
Hey,
I
Kevin,
literally was making a
Kevin, how many
joke
sperm?
that was accurate. That's just some crazy luck. But
Kevin, how many sperm die every day, regardless of if you masturbate?
Uncountless trillions, probably.
No, it's 100 million. I mean, you don't know the very first basic thing.
I was
but you
talking
said
about like in the world
that,
in general.
And you said that sperm. Oh, okay. You said
can
that
we just
sperm.
But the difference is in the choice of you're consciously choosing. Like say if I were to take my
so just
sperm
God.
and, like,
so
do
just
some
God is
ungodly
killing all
sex
of
or
that
something,
sperm.
It would
just
be,
God's killing all that sperm.
Kevin, can you just tell me why human life is valuable? Can you just tell me? Can you just give me a reason why human life is valuable?
They don't even believe in God. Don't say God. Anyways, excuse me. I'm sorry. Can I hear your question one time?
Kevin, why is human life valuable?
Well, human life is valuable because that's the beauty of everything that we're experiencing. I feel like is the interactions with others. What we're doing, even if we disagree, is a beautiful thing of exchanging ideas and thoughts.
So human life is valuable because of the experiences we share with other people.
Agreed.
I would be pretty lonely if there were no other humans.
Okay, so just really quickly. So then why should I care about non-sentient humans who don't have the ability to experience?
Boom.
Okay, just because you're saying they're not experiencing it, you're not looking at the potential of they're there, they're on their way.
I don't care that they will potentially experience it.
It's
Wait,
not
Kevin,
about it's
Kevin,
not
why
about
should I-
whether
Kevin,
they're going to understand
Kevin,
the suffering. It's
Kevin,
about
it's not about understanding, Kevin. I don't think you get what experience means.
Terminate their life.
But Kevin, you said that human life is only valuable because they can experience. So it doesn't matter if I terminate this non-valuable human life because they can't experience.
Guess what? I have 4 children, and I talk to all of them in the belly, different stages. They could kick back. They feel. They see sunlight. They hear your voice. I understand that they're there before they're born.
Stimuli is not experience. A reaction to stimuli is not experience. An amoeba can react to stimuli. It doesn't mean that amoeba is having a sentient experience.
But imagine understanding gestation so poorly that you believe a fetus can see sunlight.
Yeah, I didn't even think about
that. I never said a fetus. I said the baby's in the womb.
That's a fetus.
So definitionally, that's a fetus. I don't care if you want to call it. Okay, fine.
I know
Kevin, you win. Imagine understanding gestation so poorly that you believe a baby in the womb can see sunlight.
It can.
It can.
Have you ever closed your eyes and looked at the sun? You can't feel the brightness and see the light.
The skin of your eyelid. Kevin, the skin of my eyelid versus the skin in the uterus and the
you look it up. Look it up. I know you're AI and against all sorts of people. Just look it up.
I know you're AI and against all sorts of people. The number of things you don't know about gestation could fill many libraries. How developed is a fetus's eyes, by the way?
You're the one obsessed with the fetus word. I said babies in the womb. Again,
it's a scientific term.
I'm just saying I don't believe in terminating it at any point of the thing.
It's a scientific term. Why you're getting your butt hurt? You are as butthurt as a sodomite. The fucking shit you are saying is so dumb.
I'm not a sodomite. That's what I'm trying to say. If you guys,
buddy, nobody brings up not being a sodomite apropos of nothing as much as you. Who doesn't like it?
What was your hypocrisy?
I know what your porn history.
What made you feel like hypocrisy?
It's just weird how much you talk about Kevin. Why do you talk about butt sex?
It's okay.
So much?
There's no such thing as being gay. You're just participating in a sexual deviant act.
Kevin, the closet is made of glass,
he's
bro.
no longer gay. He's celibate.
The closet is made of glass, dude. It's made of glass.
Okay. You can say what you want to say.
Kevin, I'm going to tell you something really quickly.
I'm hitting the fact
Kevin, I want you to understand something. Kevin, I want you to understand something. Kevin, I want you to understand something. I'm a straight man. I do not think about gay sex nearly as much as you do.
I don't think about gay sex ever. So
You've
we
said the
probably think
word
about it
sodomite
as a
like
different-
20 times this call. What do you
No,
think
I was just
sodomy
assuming.
is?
You're asking me about my pronouns. I just assumed you were a sodomite.
There you go again, thinking about gay sex. It's just kind of weird.
I'm not thinking about
Gender-
gay sex. I'm just
Gender, hey Kevin,
that's what I
gender
was
and
dealing
sexual
with.
orientation aren't the same thing. There are people with pronouns who are literally asexual. They don't think about sex at all.
So neither
They're not
of you are
interested in
sodomites.
sex at all.
I'm just hallucinating.
Well, it
Hope you're
depends on what
straight
your
now.
definition of sodomite is. I never said I was straight, but also Kevin, I'm not as gay as you are. You are clearly super gay.
Well, like I said, that's your opinion, but
Yeah.
I don't participate.
Well, it's my
in any
opinion
gay
based
stuff,
on
and
the
you
fact
identify
that
as
you
gay,
imagine
you're
that when
probably
you
way more
close your
gay than
eyes,
me,
you imagine
right?
getting. Be honest. How many
So
times
that
have you
was
dreamt
your
about Jesus
hypocrisy
Christ
with
coming
Christ.
inside you?
Huh?
I got the good Lord, he's going down on me. I got the Lord. I got the Lord. I got the good Lord, he's going down on me.
And look, I don't think it's right that you guys shouldn't really play with it either. I mean, if you don't believe, I leave it at that. But if you're trying to grift and like say God's not real, but I don't know. And you were like, what? You're like, well, what is one thing that your religion has that no other religion has? Well,
Of proof.
the
Exclusive
Muslims
proof.
say that the Christians and the Jews have the information. No one says the Muslims have the information.
The Muslims do.
What?
You just said the Muslims were a good, reliable source when it comes to Christianity as some sort of foundation, but you can't say they're a good source for Christianity, but not a good source for Islam. Kevin, you might
This
just
is
be, and
weird.
I forgive me because it's maybe ableist for me to point this out. Honestly, it is, and I'm going to go there.
No, but I thought you said it earlier. You're like,
Kevin,
oh, well,
I think
Muslims, you know,
I think
they're
you might
great.
just be stupid. Kevin, I think you might just be a dumb, stupid, really just stupid man.
But
I really
is that
do.
not
I
a
don't-
trait that
I don't mean it as an
every other
insult. I
religion
just
recognizes
actually
Jesus
think you
Christ?
are stupid. No, not every other
what?
religion does. Hinduism doesn't. Judaism doesn't. Islam does not recognize
Judaism,
Jesus
like
as the Christ.
Judaism famously
Right.
doesn't recognize Jesus Christ. That's kind of one of their whole big things.
Well, obviously.
Islam only recognizes Jesus, not the
Kevin,
Christ.
You just
Like-
said.
No.
You just
I think you might just be a
said.
very stupid man.
They say.
Do you look at Kevin James
that
and you
the
go, I
gospel
hope
of
one day to
Christ
be a
and
Nobel
the
laureate
Torah
like
are
him?
God's words. They say if you ever
What?
question, check with them. They got the books. Anyway,
Wait.
that's
You
a whole
believe that
separate
you believe
topic.
the Torah
I don't
endorses
debate
Jesus
God with
Christ?
people that don't believe in God.
No, I think he
Huh?
said that. I
Right,
think he
Kevin,
said that
because then
Islam.
Kevin, wait.
does.
Then how would you debate if God exists? If you'll only debate if God exists with people who already agree if God exists, then what you basically just said is, I'm in an echo chamber. I insulate myself from criticism, and I will never find out if God doesn't
You don't
exist
even
because
know.
I
That might
only
be your
discussed that.
answer. I know God exists because I felt God. I've experienced God.
Hey, yo.
That's exactly what Muslims say. And I know you felt Jesus come inside of you. I know, we heard it. Kevin, I really just
Which
think,
is
I
why
don't know
the
what to do here.
majority of people
Kevin,
on earth believe in
I
God.
don't think we will ever, Kevin, for the
Atheist
record,
is the
by the way, that's an
minority.
argument ad populum. They don't believe in the same God, and nor does any of that matter. At times in our history,
I think
most
they
people
all are
on earth,
talking about the same
at
God.
times
but
in our
God's love
history,
is
most
so
people have believed lots of things that were
Can't
wrong.
explain it. It's different.
Jesus.
I'm muted, Kevin. At times in our history, most humans have believed lots of things that were wrong. But I don't know, like, it's Jovan, this is mainly your stream, so it's totally your choice. I hit a point with certain people where I go, Muhammad Ali should never box a 9-year-old. Should have never. He's dead. Right?
I always say it's like a NBA player going up against a JV basketball.
Or me. It'd be like me taking on Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Okay? Why would I play basketball with Kareem?
I thought you were the inspiration for White Men Can't Jump.
I might have been. But why would I do that? And by the way, but more than that, I actually would do it. I would play a game with him because I now have bragging rights for centuries of I played a game of basketball. Don't worry about the score with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. How does Kareem look on that? Can he go and brag that he beat Jimmy Snow?
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, listen, I don't think any rational or coherent argument has come out of you I think instead you just keep talking about how God has come in you. And like at this point, if I wanted to hear stuff like that, I would just tell Jimmy to tell me about his sexcapades. Thanks for calling in, Kevin. And maybe if you get a better argument, call back another time. See you.
You know what's funny is I probably have a more heteronormative and less free. I feel like you're a bit of a freak, probably, and I'm not really, and I'm in a heterosexual relationship right now. So your relationship might be gayer than mine at the moment.
Who knows what I get into? We're gonna take the next call in just a second. I'm gonna go pee again because I'm drinking water like a bat out of hell.
Use the water.
Well,
I am willing to debate Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on Islam, by the way. I do know that he's Muslim. I'm more than willing to, but I would honestly I just find the guy to be a sweet guy so much that I'd probably be like, you know what, it's fine. No, I wouldn't. I'd happily do that. But I don't know how good he is at debating. It would be wild to debate him. Well, Kareem's actually a very, very smart man. I would say that your average Muslim basketball player, and really just your average Muslim, I can easily defeat and debate. Kareem is like brilliant. So he might actually be a fun opponent in debate. So it wouldn't be like the reverse. It wouldn't be, I don't feel like Kareem and I debating would be the flip of if he and I played basketball, where in that scenario we've like switched roles. But I don't know. Anyway, Jimmy, can you pay my student loans? Use me for PR? That's a weird question. First of all, I don't know you. Second of all, I profit share here in a way in which there isn't really a lot left over. I make sure to pay everybody who works here fairly. So if you work here, if you're secretly one of the people who work here, I probably am paying. Well, I'm not paying them. The people are earning the money they make. I, once he gets back, need a drink of water.
Sorry, what's up? Go get your water.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a water, maybe with some salt in it. You go ahead and start a call if you like.
All right. I mean, we got a birthday redeem first. I'm gonna do a birthday.
You could be a birthday baddie too. A very happy baddie birthday to you.
All right, listen up, folks. We're gonna get ready for our next call. I hope the rest of the people here waiting are actually oh my God, are actually ready for a conversation. So up next, we're gonna bring up Jovan. Now, Jovan says all elective abortions should be outlawed because the fetus has a right to life. Oh, wait, let me redo that because I wasn't recording. Jovan says all the abortions should be outlawed because fetuses have a right to life. Let's find out. Jovan, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
I'm 28. My pronouns are she, they.
Okay, now, Jovan, you said all fetuses have a right to life. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is that a positive or negative right?
Sorry, say it again?
Would that be a positive or negative right?
Ooh. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know if the right to life is positive or negative?
No, because that's not the terms that I would describe it as.
Well, positive or negative just refers to how all rights would be. So positive and all rights would be either positive or negative rights. A positive right entails a duty. A negative right does not entail a duty.
Right. So I guess you would say negative. For whose burden though?
Well, I would be saying for any. So if like for say me and Jimmy say we have a right to life, do I have to give Jimmy anything to respect his right to life, or do I just do nothing?
The fetus itself isn't doing anything. Like, for example, like the right to self-defense is like self-evident, and you use it when you get it, like when you need to.
That's not what I'm asking, though. I'm asking, does this right impose a duty on another? Let me make it a bit clearer. Does the right impose a duty on another?
So,
yes. Does it impose a duty on another?
Yes.
The right to life does.
Yes.
What duty is imposed on me to respect Jimmy's right to life?
Well, it would obviously only be in the context of a woman being pregnant, because that's where
so then,
the life,
you're
occurs.
just special pleading that right.
What do you mean? How would it be special pleading? How
because
can a man
none
be
of
pregnant?
us. No. You're special pleading because you're saying this right. It works one way, except for this one specific instance where we changed the way that it works. And now, because of this one specific instance, people who are pregnant can't have abortions.
Well, what's the equivalent to gestation?
The right to life would exist for everybody, not just the fetus.
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
But my right to life does not impose a duty. Wait, does my right to life impose a duty on you? Are you responsible for providing me something to maintain my right to life?
No, absolutely not. All I have to do is not kill you.
Exactly. But you're saying pregnant people now have a duty imposed on them with the fetus's right to life. This would be a special plead. They now have something that they have to do that nobody else has to do for anybody else with this right.
Because that's how gestation works.
Doesn't matter. It's not how rights work. If you're going to claim that
It is because you put the fetus there.
It's not. Rights have to be universal. You can't say that some people have a right this way and others don't. That's not how rights work, especially because you're using rights in a moral sense. It's not how rights work in a moral sense.
In a moral sense. Explain how it's a moral sense.
Well, you're saying that the fetus has a right to life. That would, unless you're trying to make a legal claim, which I think would just be kind of silly. But when we talk about the right to life, typically we're talking about a moral claim that you have a right not to be killed by somebody else.
Okay.
So you're saying in order to maintain that right, in order to maintain your right to life, all you have to do is not kill it, right? That would be the thing. So if I was to say, okay, for all abortions, we just take the fetus out of the person's womb and just let it die on its own, would you consider this wrong? Because we're still recognizing its right to life. Okay.
Get air. Why does the fetus have a right to life? Did you already establish that?
No, we
at the
haven't
beginning?
gotten that far yet. Siobhan, are you still? Did we lose you?
Wait, hello?
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 Fell asleep, narcolepsy?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear
Hello?
me? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
So if the positive duty is to, okay, so for example, you can't deprive someone of food and water, right?
What
Yes,
do you mean? We do that all the time. What are you talking about?
Well, it shouldn't happen.
So you're a communist.
From an is.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Shouldn't happen.
You think that you just confirming? You think the right to life should be positive in all cases? That everyone has a duty to everybody else to provide the resources necessary to protect their lives.
I think provide might be the word that we're stuck on.
Well, that would be the duty.
Like,
the duty
for
would be
example,
to provide something. Like, that's what we're saying. There's a duty. You have to provide something to maintain that right.
But provide. Like, for example, like I'm grown in my house. Nobody has to put food in my fridge.
Yes, but you believe they should.
For me to survive. But I have to do it. Yeah. No. I have to do it myself to
then the right
survive,
to life
right?
is not positive. Then you don't believe the right to life is positive. If you don't believe that somebody should be giving you that food.
is there neutral then? Because if
No.
you have to sustain it yourself.
Rights can only be positive or negative. And when we talk about positive or negative rights, we're talking about, okay, wait, let me start here. What do you think a right is? Like, what do you think a right, when we talk about rights, what are rights?
I think there may be principles of life that are self-evident and naturally occurring to humanity.
Naturally occurring is kind of weird to say. The rights are going to be essentially unspoken rules of engagement that two or more participants engage in. Rights don't matter if there's only one participant. Rights only matter when there are more than one participant. So when we're saying the right to life, we're saying, does a person have a right to live? And if that right to live is negative, then that just means you just avoid killing them and you've engaged in keeping their rights. Or if it's positive, then we're saying you have to provide whatever that person needs to stay alive and vice versa.
Right. So I don't want to go the route of malice, because I know that a lot of people think that abortion is for convenience.
What?
There's nothing wrong with abortion being for convenience.
Say it again.
It wouldn't matter if that's what most people thought. There's nothing wrong with abortion being out of convenience.
I think that killing another person out of convenience.
Great. I don't accept that fetuses are people. Personhood is a thing. I don't think fetuses have personhood.
Yeah, what gives a human moral consideration in your book, Jovan?
Moral consideration?
Yeah, when we say moral consideration, we just say what makes somebody worthy of rights. What gives them rights? What is the thing?
I think being upon being human, you should have your rights.
So just being human.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just run a hypothetical with you. What if, hypothetically, we meet Superman? Like, let's say Superman shows up tomorrow. In your worldview, Superman doesn't have any rights.
Why? Because he's an alien?
Well, yeah, he's not human.
No, I didn't say that only humans have rights.
No, but I asked you what gives...
I said that humans have rights.
Because they're human. But that's not what gives... So what gives... That's not what gives creatures rights, though. What other creatures do you believe have rights?
I really haven't put much thought into that. I think that, some of the ways... we obviously have some animal rights already, but for... I think the preservation
Jovan,
of
is it okay to pull the plug on somebody who's brain dead?
Say it again?
Is it okay to pull the plug on someone who's brain dead?
I think that there should be conversations had before that.
So it is okay. Wait. The question isn't, do you believe conversation should be had? The question is it okay? And if after conversations it's okay, then the answer is yes. A brain dead person can't consent. They're brain dead.
That's why I said the conversation needs to be had beforehand. No shit.
Brain dead. What does it mean to be brain dead?
Do you know what a DNR is?
Do you know what it means to be brain dead?
Yes.
What does it mean?
That you have no neurological function.
So why would it be wrong to pull the plug on someone who is brain dead?
Oh, I'm mixing it up with coma.
Correct. So why would it be wrong to pull the plug on someone who is brain dead?
There's been no instances of when someone brain dead has come back.
The only type of
doesn't matter whether or not they come back.
But just to get it out there, it would only be from a misdiagnosis, which means they were never brain dead to begin with. If they're actually brain dead, they cannot come back.
Okay.
But whether they can or even can't come back, What are you doing wrong to this individual that is brain dead? They are not able to participate. They have no will. They have no experience. They have nothing. If you're going to say potential, now we got to start talking about eggs and sperm again.
No, because
we got to start talking about the way in which we're going.
The only thing, because the combination of egg and sperm
have the potential.
Say it again?
Egg and sperm have a potential.
Not individually.
Hey, Siobhan, take medical abortion out. Are more
medical abortion?
What do you think happens more? You got to hear the rest of the question. Pretend medical abortion. We're going to take those numbers out. Now we just have fertilized eggs. Of all the fertilized eggs that are naturally fertilized in the body through sex, of all of them every year, what more often happens? A successful pregnancy or a loss of that pregnancy? Are more fertilized eggs successfully born? Yeah, natural termination. Now, could we reduce that number dramatically if we were to start controlling women's lives more, controlling what they eat, what they exercise, how active they are during what time of the month, making them get pregnancy tests routinely if they're not on birth control? Could we reduce that number dramatically, the natural terminations?
Probably.
Yeah, so do you support us doing that, controlling women's lives like that?
No.
So the government does not have the right to tell a woman what she must do with her body just because the consequence of what she does with her body will either kill or allow a fertilized egg to survive. Correct?
Sure.
Great. You're pro-choice. Welcome.
So you're saying that you consider natural terminations of a fertilized egg to be
an easy to use metaphor to illustrate that you don't actually believe the government should be interfering. A woman has the right to do whatever she wants with her body, even if it leads to the termination of a pregnancy. And this includes when you are potentially pregnant, not monitoring if you're potentially pregnant, continuing to eat in ways that would be dangerous for that potential pregnancy, continuing to exercise, and getting whatever medical procedure you might like to get. And that would also include getting an abortion.
Right. So remember when I said that I didn't want to attribute it to malice, what's really for convenience?
I don't. Okay. I don't. Doesn't matter. In no way is that related to what we just agreed to. The government does not have the right to tell a woman what to do with her body.
The same way that it has the right to protect the life of anyone else who is potentially murdered.
Then Siobhan, that disagrees with what you just said, which was that the government should not interfere with the natural termination of pregnancies that are only happening naturally because of what women aren't being hyper-controlled. If we just hyper-control them, what they exercise, monitor them for pregnancies, keep track of who's having sex with who, consistently pregnancy testing.
How is it hyper-control to say that you can't purposefully terminate a pregnancy?
Wait, can we just let me just ask you a question. What is wrong?
We might have another dumb caller.
What is wrong, Siobhan, with terminating a pregnancy, let's say prior to 20 weeks? What's wrong with doing this?
Well, personally, I believe that because you made arguments with the other callers about sentience.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't believe that you can recognize what other people feel.
Sentience isn't about hold on, just to cut you off. Sentience isn't about feeling. It's about whether or not your brain has the structures necessary to engage in experiencing life. And prior
you absolutely can measure sentience.
Yeah, prior to 24 weeks, your brain doesn't have that.
Okay.
Do you know what the word sentience literally
means? Of sentience is the ability to perceive or feel things.
Yeah, we're talking about...
or capacity for subjective experience.
Yeah. When we talk sentience, we're talking about it on like a philosophical level. So just like one cursory Google search isn't really going to tell you like what we mean, what like we're talking about when we mean sentience.
As a headline, the definition isn't bad. It's just that you then are going to want to minimize what that phrase experience means. And Jovan's rightly pointing out that's where we have to be a little bit philosophical, but not even a ton. Just that your brain, there are flowers that react to stimulus. We have brains that do a different type of reaction to stimulus. So you can have parts of a fetus that react to stimulus, and up to a certain point, those reactions only happen at the same level the flowers happen. And we can track in a brain where just the capacity, we're not even saying for sure those things have even turned on, just that they potentially could have turned on by that period of time. Potentially the experience is there, is when those weak markers are coming up.
And so what week does that occur?
Somewhere between 20 and 24 weeks.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking you, what's wrong with terminating a pregnancy prior to 20 weeks? Why is that wrong?
Oh, I believe that life begins at conception because the fertilized egg has all 7 signs of a living organism.
Hold on. Well, no, it doesn't have all 7. But like, even if
no one's disagreed, it's alive.
Even if it does, though, that doesn't answer the question. What makes killing it wrong? We kill living things all the time. Why would killing it now be wrong?
Well, because we don't kill other human beings.
We do all the time. But but again, my question is, why is it wrong?
Because that thing has a right to life that you're not violating.
No, I'm not asking you about whether it has a right to do it. I'm saying, why is it wrong to kill a human?
Why is it wrong? Because you're violating its rights. What do you mean?
Why is violating its rights wrong?
Why is violating rights wrong?
I'm asking you. Jimmy, I lost headphones you took.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're saying you believe life begins at conception. Guess what? I believe life began before conception. Your eggs are alive. Your sperm are alive. They have human DNA. When it's alive is not the measurement. It's when it has personhood and when there should be any sense of responsibility. And then when it comes to pro-choice versus pro-quote unquote life, when the government should interfere. So I don't care at all, Siobhan, I don't know if you're capable of pregnancy, but if in your mind you go, I just couldn't do it, I would never get an abortion unless there was some huge extenuating circumstance. Great. That's great for you. Never get an abortion. But don't tell somebody else they can't either. You don't have to get abortions if you don't want. Your whole stake, that personhood, that is essential, that we treat a zygote as an equal right to life as a developed human, when we're shitty at taking care of developed humans in the first place, but that a zygote would have that right, is a feeling-based proposition. You don't have an actual basis for it. And at the end of the day, my right to swing
right
my
to life
fist
belonging
ends
to all
at
humans?
your node. No, not all humans have the right to life. Depending on how you define humans, not all humans have the right to life.
How not? Or why shouldn't they?
Every human that has achieved personhood has the right to life.
Personhood can be assigned legally.
Personhood should be assigned legally, and we should have a philosophical discussion about when personhood happens.
So, okay.
But
Siobhan,
here's the thing that'll blow your mind. You have full personhood, right? I have full personhood,
yes.
Right? Can we agree on that? Great. We both agree on that. Great. Siobhan, let's say that I get in an accident and my kidneys get blown to smithereens and you happen to be in the hospital that day and they come to you and say, hey, Siobhan, his kidneys are blown to smithereens. We can't start treatment for some period of time. He will die unless we hook him up to your kidneys. Do you have the right to turn that down?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I don't have the right to subsist off of your body. So even though you are saying no, and I will die, you have not violated my right to life, because my right to life doesn't come at the expense of your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, Siobhan,
But
let's say
this
you
is the
consent.
argument.
Hang
This
on,
is the
Siobhan.
argument. This
Let's
is the
say
argument that you called
consent.
special pleading. A pregnancy
No, it
can't
isn't,
be
Siobhan.
a pregnancy. Yes, it is.
This is
When
the
I
argument
said
of autonomy.
when I said that
This is
pregnancy and
not-
gestation were special, you guys called it special pleading.
Siobhan, this is the
A
argument
fetus
of
doesn't put
autonomy.
itself in someone's body.
Siobhan, that's not how
Oh my God,
that's not
Siobhan, do you know
special pleading
how
works.
sentences? Yeah, you don't know what special pleading is. Siobhan, this is, you were making an argument that everything has personhood, and I am here to tell you that in the situation of a human fetus, even if you granted it personhood, it would still not have the right to be brought to term against the will of the mother. Because you and I, who we agree both have personhood, I don't have the right to use your body. Even if you do consent, let's say same car thing happens, my kidneys get hooked up to yours because you say I will save his life.
But you're
And now
trying
I'm
to
using
you're
your-
trying to compare a kidney transplant to a pregnancy. A pregnancy is not.
Incorrect, not a kidney. Incorrect, not a kidney transplant. I already said a temporary use of your kidneys. I'm just connected to you via tubes, and my blood's going in. You're cleaning my blood, and you're giving the blood back. We'll call it 9 months long is how long it's going to take, and then I'll be good to go on my own. You cannot be forced to do that, and if you consent to doing it, you may withdraw your consent to being in that situation at any time, because it would violate your right, and it wouldn't be consent if you didn't have the right to take it back. That's how it works.
You're still trying to compare. Like, okay, gestation and pregnancy is its own category of thing.
I am trying to illustrate to you that it wouldn't matter whether or not both creatures have personhood. You still would not have the right to subsist off another individual parasitically for life. And that person.
But it's not parasitically,
always,
it's gestationally.
Yes, it
We're
is.
mammals. That's how pregnancy happens.
Incorrect. It is
Incorrect.
in fact
That's not
parasitically.
So babies don't form in the womb.
Incorrect.
That's not how gestation works.
Babies do form in the womb, and they do so parasitically. And you can consent to that parasitic relationship, and you can also withdraw your consent from that parasitic relationship.
This is why I'm saying I think we need to try to. I think we need to boil
At the expense of
down.
someone else's life, though.
Hold on. This is
Correct.
why.
Just like we said with the kidney example.
This is why I think we need to boil down why Siobhan views rights violations as wrong. Because I just feel like we're going in circles here. Like, Siobhan, what would be wrong if I were to, for example, violate Jimmy's rights? Why would that be wrong?
Dead air.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you hear the question?
Are you going to answer?
Like, why is violating anyone's rights wrong? So then, what other crimes are we going to allow against the person if violating people's rights isn't wrong?
Siobhan, I'm not saying whether it is or isn't. You're saying it's wrong, and I'm asking you to think about it critically and tell me why it is wrong.
Because without the right to life, you don't have the right to anything.
Sure. Why would it be wrong if I violated someone's right to life? What's wrong about that?
To kill someone else, you don't think that is wrong to kill other people?
I'm asking about your stance, Siobhan. Why do you believe it is wrong to kill somebody? Why do you believe it's
not
wrong?
right to kill somebody? What do you,
Siobhan,
like,
this is just a circular.
I feel like it's simple enough to
Siobhan.
not kill other human beings.
Siobhan, this is a circular.
Why?
You're not giving an answer.
Not what? Why is it wrong?
We know
you guys are telling me that you need a reason to not kill people.
Nope, Siobhan,
Yeah.
both.
Wait, yes. I do need a reason to not kill people because there are adequate reasons to kill people. If someone's going to kill me, that's a reason to kill them. So what is your reason to not kill people, and where that the conclusion of that reason is, and therefore it is wrong? It is wrong to kill another human and violate their right to life because blank.
I mean, then I guess it's not.
Wow. Okay, you fucking psychopath.
I was asking you and you guys are asking me. So so then what's your reason to not kill people?
Great. Here, let me answer this. I don't think it's wrong I don't think killing people is wrong. I think killing sentient people is wrong because it's ending a sentient experience of a creature that's expressed desires, and desires doesn't just mean like something that you want to happen. It's like even like on a functionally biological level, they have a desire to live, a desire to reproduce. Like you are functionally ending this experience, and it's wrong to end that experience. Once that experience shows up, it's wrong to end it because they will have expressed a preference for living.
Okay, so if I boil that down to kill people,
I'm going to give you mine as well. Is
it ending the experience?
Excuse me, Siobhan. Siobhan, I'm also going to give you my reason. And it's actually like, maybe I'm just dumber, but it's a little bit simpler. I don't want to unjustifiably kill a sentient human because I wish to live in a society which values the life and experience of sentient humans as a sentient human myself.
Okay. So I just don't understand why that doesn't extend to humans in their youngest form.
Because they don't experience.
Yes, you do, because we already said sentient.
But
you
they
don't understand
would
fetuses
if you
aren't
let
sentient?
them. If you don't kill them.
Wait. Hold on. So here we go.
But they aren't.
Wait, here we go. This is where we're getting somewhere here. This is what I wanted us to get to. Why should I treat this thing like it is sentient when it is not?
Because you don't recognize what another person feels other than yourself.
It doesn't feel.
It
doesn't feel, Siobhan. It doesn't have the capacity to feel. Think about
But that's
hold on. I want to try to explain experience because I think oftentimes people don't realize what we mean when we say it doesn't experience. It's not like it's like experiencing all black or nothing. This is a creature that physically lacks the capability of experiencing, period. There's nothing. It is nothingness. Even saying it experiences nothing is wrong. There is no experience whatsoever. So there is no harm because in order to harm something, you have to negatively impact its experience.
But you can't determine what anything else is feeling but yourself. That's
Siobhan, we know what brain, we know specifically what pathways in the brain.
Because
yes,
we don't
do.
experience it for ourselves.
No, Siobhan, you're not listening to me. We know what is necessary of the brain to experience. We know this on a scientific level. We know the mass of neurons you must possess. We know the maturity of those neurons, what they must be. We know what the brain waves must look like. We know this. And fetuses don't have this. Just like I would look at a rock and say a rock's not experienced.
But we keep saying that as if we didn't say the same thing about dogs, as if we didn't say the same thing about cows.
What are you talking about?
When did we say those things about dogs and cows, that they aren't sentient and don't have experiences? Go ahead and give me the date. By the way, the funny thing is here that, once again, the argument we just had, where, by the way, you accidentally conceded and had to become pro-choice for 10 seconds when you were honest, it actually still won't matter. Because even if we grant these things sentience, they don't have a right to subsist off the lives of other people.
That's how
they can be as smart and as experiencing as Albert Einstein. They don't have the right to subsist off of other people.
Siobhan, why should I prioritize this non-sentient creature? So a creature that cannot experience harm, a creature that cannot suffer, over someone that does experience harm and who is suffering?
Hold on.
Googling, asking ChatGPT. ChatGPT, please pretend to be a capable debater.
You asked me when we started considering other animals to be sentient. It was 18th century.
Yeah, what's your source on that? And actually, no, I asked you, when did we consider other animals not sentient?
I don't know what the point of that even is, like, in the argument.
And Siobhan,
it doesn't really matter.
It wouldn't work to your advantage anyway. No, it does. Actually, I just realized why it does, Siobhan, because at some point we will have definitively proven that animals are sentient. And do you know how we will have done that? By identifying that they have the same structures in their brain that make them sentient. Therefore, it is relevant, because the biological standard that you're saying we can't adhere to is literally the one that confirmed for us that dogs are sentient. But the idea that, like, you're only describing, if something happened in the 18th century, it's only that the brain structures, again, sentience is the capacity for subjective experience. There's no human with a working mind in the last ever that would have gone, that animal is not having a subjective experience. They know eyes work to see. They know ears work to hear. In fact, arguably, you could say that there are certain types of sentience an animal is capable of having that also wouldn't give them some right to life, depending on what other things weren't present there. So there isn't an avenue for you here on the sentience thing that you want to just say, we don't know for sure zygotes aren't sentient, when you appeal to dogs, which we know are sentient because of the brain structures they have, sentient because of the brain structures, and we would have always suspected they were. And again, even if everything is sentient, you don't have the right to subsist off of another person's body. Period. Hook, line, sinker. It's over.
Okay.
All right. Was that all?
Guess so.
Okay, then.
Thanks, guys.
You'll start understanding bodily autonomy if you start voting pro-life, and you see the way in which your bodily autonomy will be denied by the people with the pro-life values. Bye, Siobhan.
That was a kind of weird, sad ending.
I'm tired of these people that are like, I'm progressive on all these other things, but take away bodily autonomy. Not recognizing, one, they don't have a justification for it, and two, if they succeed, they will realize firsthand why it was a mistake.
Yeah. We are down to our last call. So this is the last call of the day.
One last call for alcohol.
So get in those super chats if you want your super chat read on my stream. Get in those super chats. Yeah, this is actually a repeat call, Jimmy. I don't know if you remember this.
Yeah, I like Naz.
Remember them. So Naz is calling again. When did we talked to Naz? What, like 3 days ago? 4 days ago?
Not long ago. Yeah,
it was like
pretty recently.
Super recent. It was when I was falling asleep, so it was Tuesday.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can, yeah.
I don't remember you being 18, Naz. Are you only 18?
You never asked me my age last time.
Yeah, Jimmy's realized he's screwing the pooch on that one sometimes. We got like
I do
10
often
minutes.
ask, but the one time I didn't, I've turned out I was arguing with a 14-year-old. Anyway, so Naz, you think that you've got my challenge? Because the other day we talked about everybody has basically the epistemology that you're using, I don't know if we use that word, to defend Christianity is one that you can just adjust the claim slightly for, change like the context of it. and then you could be a Mormon, you could be a Muslim, you could be anything. So I was asking you for an exclusive proof of Christianity that can only be used to prove Christianity. And I asked if you would think about it and bring it back, and it sounds like you've thought about it and you've got it.
Yeah, funny story about that. As soon as our call ended, like, it may sound corny or cheesy to you guys, but God did put it in my mind immediately what the answer was right after that call. I didn't even have to think about it. I suspect it
wasn't God, because why would he wait until after the answer, after the call? But you know, I suspect that it may have been more of a thing of like the intensity and the like pressure of the debate ended, so that part of your brain freed up and went, oh, here's what I should have said, as happens to me all the time when a call ends. And I've texted Jovan before. I've been like, I just realized that one caller, blah, blah, blah. I definitely should have said such and such. Like this is a common thing for people. But anyway, it's not God when it happens to be. But who am I to say it's not God when it happens to you? So what did God tell you?
Well, I mean, if I were to address that, I would just say yes. I would usually say that, but at this time, it really wasn't. At this point in my walk, I can tell when it's my thoughts and when it's something else, whether it be the devil
unless
or
never
God.
In your the thing is that if it's never been God, it means you've conditioned yourself to basically you can identify when it's you and when it's the thing you've conditioned to recognize as God, not God himself. This would be my contention. So you can say that you're in that same brain state that either is God or what you mistake for God, but I'm not going to just grant you like, okay, it was God, but maybe it will. Maybe it will.
No,
happen.
you don't have to. It's my.
How communicative with God is you? How communicative with God are you? Could we actually test it? Could God knows all things? Could we actually ask a series of questions that you would only know the answer to if God could tell you? Like I could write a number down and God would give you the number?
You do know what the Bible says, right?
Well, it isn't really consistent if God did eventually give you the answer. Yeah, it's and I know the tempting God is wrong, and it seems like a very convenient out. Seems like maybe it's because tempting God is wrong, or maybe because people early on. Though. I'm sorry, Naz. Yes, you can't help that the Bible is written as though a con man wrote it. Right? You can't help that. Sure, I have these claims of basically exceptional magic that I can do. But if ever I am asked to prove I can do it, that's wrong. Naz, if I was writing a book, I would say stuff like that. I would say a con book. I'd also say things like the people who are wise and intellectual are actually fools because they don't see that I'm correct. I'd write things like that in my con book personally. So anyway, what did God tell you?
Okay, we're just moving past it. Okay, I'll just move past it then. So basically,
sure. We can stay on it if you want. I'm going to start bringing up the times God did allow tests to happen, but you know, we can either move past it or not.
Answer first.
Go ahead.
And I don't know if I'll be on long enough to do that, but yeah. So the answer was repentance. That was the simple, cut and clear answer. You can look at any other religion, and I'm going to speak from the Bible here when I talk about why. And any other religion, because the devil is a copycat, like you said, every other religion would be, in this case, a lie of the devil, right? Because he's a copycat, but he's also a liar. So in every other religion, you'll find repentance, but it will not be true repentance. It won't be repentance from the Bible. It will always be different in that it's not repentance that saves, but repentance that condemns. And there will never be a single religion where you will see repentance that is like God's repentance, which is you just confess your sins to God and you're just honest with Him, and that's all there is to it. There will always
Naz, you did not take my challenge at all.
In every other religion.
Naz, your example, you have to first presume that Christianity and its form of repentance is correct.
Well, so that's how it is for me. I'm just answering the question that you gave me.
Naz. No, you aren't. The challenge was give me an exclusive proof of Christianity that the others can't claim. And you've literally given me one of the top 3 Mormons would claim, that their method of repentance is actually the most close to what we understand from the Bible, because the Catholics, you just have to say poems and nobody wants works and you don't have to make it up to the, literally, you did the opposite of the exercise. You came back and said, not this is what exclusively makes it true. You're just saying, here is a claim that my version of Christianity is different than the other ones. And because I claim mine is true, it's the right ones and the other ones are the wrong ones. So now, what is the Mormon precept? What is the Mormon concept of repentance?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you. Can you tell me that?
So you don't actually know that that you're.
I do know, but I just want to hear it from you because you are a Mormon. You were a Mormon. So okay. I want to get it straight from the source.
Then since you know that I know, I'd like to hear you say it first, and I will confirm it for you, because you're sitting here and saying that other people's Christian. What type of Christian are you, first of all?
I don't go to a specific church. Does that count as non-denominational?
Okay. I suppose so. So you don't even accept, I suppose, you don't think that the Catholic form of repentance is correct either, right? That would be Satan's deception.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't say it like that, because it can be different from Catholic to Catholic. I would say if there is a form of repentance that isn't like how it is in the Bible, then yes, it's from Satan. It's not from God.
But if you don't believe the Bible is true, why is it literally to say first of all, what is it called in Islam? Repentance, do you know?
I don't know what it's called, but I know how the black stone has a part in it. It's called, they have like a certain type of word for it in Arabic. I don't know the word.
It's called
exactly.
Taba, okay? That's the repentance. But you're just assuming, you're saying that Islam isn't true because it doesn't match the Bible, the Bible's repentance. But that starts with you saying the Bible is true, and we're not assuming the Bible is true. So you can't prove Christianity true by saying, okay, first, to prove Christianity is true, assume it's true. Then compare
I wasn't trying to do that. I was just answering your question. Sir, that was it.
Naz, that's exactly what your example is. Your proof that Christianity is the true one is that Christianity adheres to the biblical repentance the most. Correct?
Yeah, that's fine, but I'm not trying to do that.
Then that's not proof of Christianity. That's just restating a claim of Christianity. That's not proving it.
I know. I'm not trying to prove it. I'm giving you a reason why Christianity over every other religion, if you were to believe in it.
Naz, if you repeat that 3 more times, do you think you'll get my problem with it?
No, your problem is you don't believe, and that's fine. I'm just answering your question.
But you said the reason I would pick Christianity over any other religion is because I believe in Christianity. But if you're going to believe in Islam, you'll pick Islam over every other religion. The challenge that you were given, Naz, was to come back with an exclusive proof of Christianity that other religions can't claim. Basically, just change the words to their version, and it's the same thing. In other words, exclusive proof. Evolution is exclusively true because the evidence for evolution only points to evolution. It doesn't point to creationism. It doesn't point to intelligent design. Gravity, the evidence for gravity, the round earth, all of those things, you get all of the evidence, and they all exclusively point to the one thing when held together or in pieces. Okay? Christianity, your repentance thing, does not do that. The concept of repentance is across all of them. Now, what is your understanding of Mormonism's repentance?
My understanding is that they say to confess your sins to God, but then they add on to it by saying you must be sincere in the actions you do in the real world to repent, and something else. What was it? They add one more thing to it, but I don't quite remember.
Yeah, so they reference both John and Acts. They actually, the repentance comes from, their repentance process comes more from the Bible than it does from the Book of Mormon. But yes, Mormons believe that to repent, you must First of all, acknowledge what you have done wrong. Make a commitment to not doing it wrong again. If you have harmed another party, you should attempt to reconcile with that party. If your sin is sufficient, you may need spiritual guidance and therefore confession to like a bishop or something. And all of these things are things that there are examples of in the Bible. They will argue that theirs is actually the most biblical. And one thing that they are getting that I don't know that you are is the concept that I think comes from John of sacrament, that you then also, as a part of your repentance process, you're taking the sacrament is what, like, once you've done it, taking the sacrament is what kind of commits it. It's the ritual for commitment. I don't know where you get sacrament from if you're non-denominational. Maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe you make your own.
No, I just go strictly by what the Bible says about repentance. And they would be wrong for thinking that way because the Bible doesn't teach that, even though they can say that.
And they will argue the Bible does teach that. And they will give you the verses. And you will say, well, that's not my interpretation. And they will, I'm not even joking, say, God is confirming to me that my interpretation is correct. The way you said at the beginning, you know it's God. Mormons preach that when you get baptized, you get the gift of the Holy Ghost, and that you then have the right to call on the Holy Ghost basically anytime you want. And that they will, the Holy Ghost will be there and confirm. So they will often speak, they'll bear their testimony at like at a pin drop and just tell you what's true and tell you that God's there telling them to tell you those things.
Well, that's
so
the
again,
issue I have
nothing
with that,
you have
right?
presented
Because
here.
here's the thing. They can say that is true repentance. They can say it, but if they can't prove it.
And so can you.
Like you're a good
and neither
example.
can you.
Didn't that type of repentance make you bitter and make you fall away from the faith?
No, the repentance was not my problem with the faith. My problem with the faith was that it turned out to be untrue. That it turned out to be untrue.
It turned out, and that repentance had
First
no
with
part
Mormonism
of it?
and then with Christianity. No part of whether or not, I don't adhere to things as true or not true based on whether or not I had unpleasant experiences within that system. That's just a projection Christians like to say. The real reason if truly I believe Christianity was true, even if I chose not to exercise it, I would admit to you that it is at least true. But truly, I believe not only is there the case that to make that there's no good reason to believe in it, I also believe there is the case to make that there are very good reasons not to believe in it and to assert that Christianity is in fact untrue.
I just have an issue with their, like any other religions form of repentance. That has to be the reason why Christianity, if you believe, over everything else. I mean, you say you can believe in whatever you want. I really don't care. You know, it's your free will. I
do. It affects how you vote. It affects how you vote. The evangelical vote is why we get fascism now in America and why we got fascism back in the 30s in Germany. So I care a lot about how people believe.
I mean, just your personal beliefs. I don't mind. I don't care. Like, I wouldn't care if anybody's Muslim or Hindu, or I just don't care. But if they ever ask me, I would say, yeah, repentance is the biggest difference between every other religion, because true repentance will not make you feel condemned and bitter.
No one is saying that, again, and you're asserting that that's the experience people have. And I think Hindus will tell you it's the pathway to enlightenment, as will Buddhists. I think Muslims will tell you a lot that it's how you live a more light life. This is again, I think I told you this the other day, Naz. It's like when I talked to my dad and it blew his mind when I told him, my dad as a Mormon literally believes no other religion teaches that you can have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. Naz, do you believe that you can have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ?
Yes, because that's how it's stated in the Bible.
Obviously, because most Christians do. And yet, it seems to be the case that people like yourself have the way I was taught or the way I came up with or the way I ended up with is definitely the exclusive right way. And I think a lot of things are missing from these other things that aren't. And most religious people, most Christians, even in the Christian traditions that you don't believe, don't think that repentance is to lead you to bitterness. It's supposed to make your soul light and lovely, and you're supposed to be more like Jesus. They're supposed to be teaching Christ-likeness. So your assertion that that's how they are is purely like, if I asked you to go debate on my behalf, on behalf of atheism, you would suck at it because you don't have a good concept of why atheists actually believe the way they do, or at least why I am an atheist. There are lots of dumb atheists.
Yeah, I would say just why you are an atheist, because there are people who are atheists because of that false repentance. That's what I was saying. Even if I was wrong on your mark, on your behalf, I apologize for that, by the way. That was just an assertion. It wasn't just the truth.
I don't think the false repentance has played into as many people as you think it has, but even if it has, it won't matter, because whether it's that or not won't determine the belief is true or not. So anybody who is an atheist for dumb reasons, I hope will get good reasons to be an atheist. The best of which being, there's no good reason to believe in a God. They are the ones with the burden of proof.
It's untrue if you're someone who's experienced God.
I don't believe you have experienced God. I believe you've lived in a society that has taught you what an experience of God is, and that experience isn't an experience of God.
Well, you can say whatever you want, but you have to actually prove that, because I can prove just by jogging my memory a little bit all the things that have happened to me because of God.
But that doesn't prove anything. That proves that you have memories of things you attributed to God. You never have proven. The simple thing when you say I have a burden, like the burden on my end is to go, nobody can provide. And I can show you many examples of people who claim to provide proof and what was wrong with those proofs. So when it comes to individual claim, overwhelmingly, nobody will be able to prove, as by the way, you already acknowledged this. No one will be able to prove that they actually had an interaction with God. They will only be able to assert that God was responsible, and they will do so no matter their religion. Naz, I don't believe you, because I don't believe Mormons, because I don't believe Muslims, because I don't believe Hindus, because they all are using the same justification. It happened in my personal life, and I know it's true because there's no mistaking it. When it's God, when you know, you know. That's what you hear from you people like crazy. Just prove. All you got to do is prove it. Prove it's God.
It can't. If I am having a personal experience, I can't prove my personal experience to you. It's only provable to me because I actually felt it and experienced it. That's why in the Bible,
it's not provable to you.
It's a personal relationship. It's not everybody shares the same experiences, although people can have similar experiences.
You've already acknowledged that other people are having a personal. You've already acknowledged that other people feel that way in our last call, and that their personal relationship is with Satan. So how have you proven that you aren't having a personal relationship with Satan? Since you acknowledge Satan can pretend to be God, how have you proven that you don't have Satan, then they don't have God?
I can only tell you why I believe, but I don't know. I wouldn't imagine that would convince you. I can only say why I believe.
But it's not a matter of whether it would convince me. It should be sufficient to prove it to anybody. And if you can't prove it, generally, then you shouldn't accept it as proof for yourself, because they can all say the exact same reasons. And it usually boils down to when the experience is so overwhelming that it's unmistakable, and you will know that it's not Satan. And I'm positive, you can go ahead and explain it. I'm positive whatever you're about to tell me is the reason you know it's not Satan. Not only will I know a Mormon who is given the exact same reasoning, I will have probably been at least one of those Mormons once upon a time.
No, well, what I would say is, I can tell you whatever, but at the end of the day, it's subjective because I'm the only one who went through that. I can't 100% prove it to nobody, because whatever information I tell you, whether it will happen to me or not, it's subjective to anybody else. I can't.
So then you acknowledge if that's true for other people.
I have.
So then you must acknowledge that if that is true for other people that you are saying are actually being deceived by Satan, you might also be being deceived by Satan.
That's how you would take it, but I'm sure other people would take it a different way.
No. That is consistent with what you just said. Is that true or not? If Satan can pretend to be God and affirm the beliefs beyond their doubts through spiritual interactions, take away any doubt to them that God has interacted with them, if that can happen to anybody else, it can happen to you too, correct?
From your subjective point of view, yes.
Nope, from your point of view, correct? That is consistent with what you said, correct?
Yes, I can't put thoughts in anybody's head. I'm not God.
Nope, you're trying to still take it off of you. You accept that you might be being deceived. Okay, great. So now, since it could be Satan, Could it also just not be anybody? Could it also be just your mind?
No.
Why?
Because it's subjective. I can't prove to you what I experience.
Subjective literally means it's in your mind. Subjective literally means it's in your mind. Objective would be something that escapes the mind. No. Subjective and objective have, what is true for both of us is objective.
Yes.
What is a fact of reality, regardless of whoever experiences it, is objective. What is only true for you isn't a fact of reality whether we are present, dies with you, is subjective.
I'll let you know whenever I start flying, because that's the only objective proof I can give is God just has me grow wings and I start flying through the sky, because there's no other way I can prove it.
But you don't even know if it's God. You've already acknowledged it might be Satan, but you won't acknowledge it could also be your own mind.
I won't.
By the way, if it's Satan, Satan's not restricted by God's rules. Yeah, but you've acknowledged it could be.
I can tell you things, but I can't prove it to you. I literally I can't. I just can't put thoughts in your head.
That should bug you.
I can't do it.
That should bug you. I do not believe a single thing as a part of objective reality that I can't prove to other people, period.
Listen,
the only things I would say that are close to that are how I feel about my partner. I can't prove to anybody I love my partner more than anybody, but I don't need other people to believe me on that anyway. I only need her and myself to believe it.
This is why
we're not going to hell.
False prophets are so deadly, is because of this exact mindset. It's like I can't objectively prove it because I'm not Jesus and I'm not God, right? I can't do that.
It's a bummer that they won't do it for you.
What happens?
It'd be so easy.
But you do understand that false prophets do exist, right?
No, I don't, because I don't believe any prophets exist. So I only believe a false prophet exists in that they say they are a prophet. So anybody, Jesus Christ would be a false prophet, for example, in my world.
All right, so let's say, okay, in my perspective, I would see anybody who isn't Jesus Christ or like who follows the Bible to what I view it. I would view them as a false prophet.
Of course, and you will get to decide who that is. Because Mormons will say they're the only true prophets and you're a false prophet or you're a Pharisee or something. That's how it is. It's the Bible. Your religion will essentially be whatever you decide it is, Naz.
I mean, yes, of course, anybody can do that. The reason I choose mine is because of my experiences.
As are you.
And, you chose your beliefs because
and that's
of your
not
experiences.
enough.
I have...
No.
First
of all, beliefs are not chosen. You just said I chose my beliefs. That's not how belief works. Belief is not a matter of choice. But second of all, my beliefs formed because I created a standard of consistency that was adapted based on personal experiences and realizing I would be able to do things like defend my actual beliefs if I were to have a consistent form of a consistent epistemology.
I can do that, but I can do that as well. I'm defending it right now. But what you're asking me for, I literally cannot give you because I cannot put thoughts in your head.
You can't. Right. You can't. No. I've not asked you for thoughts in my head. I've asked you for consistent evidence that is exclusive to proving Christianity is true.
Which would be what? Would I have to grow wings and fly, like I said?
Why? This is a ridiculous question. If what you are saying is true,
okay. So tell
me, Naz. I'm going to finish. Naz, I'm going to finish. Naz, I have accepted evidence for many things as true. So something consistent with those types of evidences are. But you're here bringing me a proposition that not only do I not believe is true, I actually believe is untrue as a fact. So if I'm correct and it's untrue, how would I tell you what evidence to present? It would be impossible for that evidence to exist because it's untrue. If I'm incorrect and it's true, and you know that it's true, you would be the one who has the evidence that will prove me. How would I be able to conceive of it? If I could conceive of it, I would have sought it, found it, and then proven it true. Okay. But instead, I have all the proof in the world that it's untrue. And you're asking me to do your work for you. I believe it's untrue, so I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer how for you to prove an untrue thing.
All right. Well, if I could ever do that, give you the evidence that would make it infallible, which I guess you would have to be seeing God right in front of your face, then it wouldn't be an illusion or some sort of what do you call it, hallucination.
Much short of that. I've never seen evolution straight in front of my face, but I have a robust foundation of evidence to understand it, and therefore I understand that evolution is true. So no, I don't need to see God in front of my face.
That you would accept.
No, well, of course. But the standard by which I accept it is that it is consistent.
That you would accept?
I've already told you. It has to be consistent and exclusive. I already laid it out. Consistent, exclusive evidence that is non-subjective, non-anecdotal, like the many great things that we use to prove evolution, to prove the theory of gravity. I can't tell you specifically. I can tell you all the things that are in your way. Okay. Right now, there's a lot of evidence that the Bible is untrue. The Exodus definitely didn't happen. Adam and Eve definitely didn't exist. Sodom and Gomorrah definitely weren't destroyed. The global flood definitely didn't happen. People can't resurrect. People can't turn water to wine with thoughts. They can't multiply loaves and fishes. That's magic. So if you're going to prove the Bible is true, you could start with proving that people can magically multiply loaves and fishes, that someone can. You could start with smaller things. Those are the things in your way. But the definitive proof, again, I can't tell you what evidence exists for something untrue. You would have to present it. Show me I was wrong to think it was untrue by presenting such evidence. Like when I used to believe evolution wasn't true. And then I learned mostly about DNA. The fossil record was like icing on the cake later, but why we know about common ancestry because of DNA. Or virology or what. I mean, there's a great many fields of study that get there, but you want me to tell you what evidence to present me. If I knew, I would believe in it.
I understand. So
good.
Those miracles that you listed out, that's what it would take for you to believe, if that were to be proven without a shadow of a doubt. That's what it would take.
Dude, if God is real, he knows exactly what I would need to see to make me believe in him. So
right, well, that's true. That's true too. But no. Great, but well, that's rude. It's just a joke too. But
I'm just being honest. I'm just asking him.
Jovan is quite correct. God supposedly, who's talking to you, would know what would compel me, as everybody else who's ever claimed he's talking to him. So Jovan, that's a good answer from Jovan. No, just proving any one of those individual miracles only would prove that miracle is possible. So if you were to come to me and go, hey, I've got a guy who just with thought, behind a shadow of a doubt, I can prove to you, can say some words about Jesus and loaves and fishes will multiply, all you will have proven to me is that guy can multiply loaves and fishes, right? You won't actually have proven the story of Jesus Christ is true. What?
That is a start though, right? Like you said.
Yeah, it would remove a barrier. It would certainly remove a barrier.
So you would have to literally see Jesus Christ coming down, like in the book of Revelations, and fighting with his armies of angels.
No, I mean, that would do it, but no. In fact, if I thought I saw Jesus Christ coming down from the sky because of how much evidence I have of the material world and how much evidence that the supernatural world is an invention of humans, I would actually say my first suspicion was that I was hallucinating. But you know, once you got me past the hallucination thing, if I saw Jesus Christ, if I had good reason to believe I was actually experiencing Jesus Christ, yeah, that would do it. That is an example. But if you're going to now go and say, and he said the only thing that would ever teach him is if he met Jesus Christ himself, no, there's clearly my entire life has been me changing my mind when introduced with better information and evidence.
All right. Well, it does sound to me like you are still open to it, which is good. I think that's very, very.
I'm open to all truth. I'd argue that you're not. I'd say it's very bad that you are not open.
The only reason I am a Christian is because I was open to it. I used to be an atheist.
No.
Who believed in evolution
First of all,
theory.
I already told you that atheism doesn't, and if you're saying you don't now believe in evolution, you've really lost the plot, because now you are saying you don't believe in something that is proven to be true so that you can believe in an untrue religion, but whatever. Evolution, yes, it can, and it has. Evolution is the single greatest. Okay, well,
Have
you're
we
wrong.
replicated it
As
now?
evolution, yes, evolution is the single
In what capacity?
most supported theory that there absolutely is in existence. As far as
And in what
replication goes, we
capacity
do it
have
all
we
the time, and
replicated
we do
this
it all
miracle?
the time with microorganisms, but we know things take time. We've also
Oh, okay,
observed.
okay. See, that's
Excuse me,
the
Naz.
reason I
Hey,
always got.
so Naz, I'm going to go ahead and mute because right now you trying to win this point is based on me not finishing my sentence. So when I say that it happens easily with microorganisms because it happens on a small scale, but with large organisms, you can take that time and apply it and then go, okay, well, if evolution is true, we should find a species with these intermediate qualities roughly this deep in this area of the world. We know we would expect it there. And guess what? We go and we look and we find them. So evolution, you can literally predict what fossils you are going to find in what locations. So Mr. Condescending, you kind of fucked up because evolution has predictive power. So Naz, if you're going to stick to Christianity, I would stick to one of the versions that accepts evolution, as even the Catholic Church has had to do.
No
because if you're
way.
going to reject the single most supported scientific theory ever known to man, no one with an actual skeptical brain is going to take your assertions that you just know God is real seriously.
Well, I mean, it's not me just being like, and I apologize if I cut you off there. I didn't mean to do that. But it's not me really being like, cutting out that reasoning. If I am just saying like, we honestly can't replicate it. Like you said, we only did it on a microorganism level.
Can, and
you know, the same
it
amount
can,
of
and we-
evidence you need to believe in Christianity, that's the same amount of evidence I need for evolutionary theory.
Excuse me, Naz. No, you are
So
incorrect.
far, I've gotten more
Again,
for
with the
Christianity than evolutionary
excuse me,
theory.
Naz. You are completely incorrect. You have no evidence for Christianity. Evolution, again, we can see on a small scale. The only thing that you're saying we can't replicate, by the way, yeah, actually we can say we can replicate because we've changed wolves to fucking dogs. We've changed the quality of cats. We have changed, but not in the significant thing that takes millions of years. But just because something takes a long time doesn't mean you can't prove that that's what happened. Because again, I noticed that you're not engaging in your rebuttal. You're just going back to the bullshit you said. Oh, not with only with microorganisms. And you're totally ignoring my point about the predictive power about the theory of evolution.
What is the predictive power?
You tell me. Tell me exactly what I explained to you was the predictive power, because I was not short about it. So if you're literally going to say you don't know what I said, go ahead.
I'll repeat it.
Great.
So you said essentially that we can see evolution on a microorganism level and then take the amount of time that it took to do that and apply it to the real world and see, based on that prediction of time it would take for that specific animal, that evolution has happened in a certain area. That's what you said, correct?
That we would find intermediate species containing the qualities that we predict in certain areas at certain depths, and that we've been able to successfully find intermediate species in locations we were looking for. This includes species of Homo erectus, so recent hominid species. This includes species of birds and fish and cats and dogs and, well, wolves and wild cats. Literally, we have done it now with a shit ton of stuff, but also, like, this is just one of the evidences. So how does your non-evolution brain account for that? And then after that, I'm going to ask you to account for the fossil record, which by layer you can literally see evolution in. And then I'm going to ask you about vestigial traits and anatomy. And then I'm going to ask you about DNA comparison and the way our trees overlap with each other. Literally, you are describing yourself as a non-believer in the single most evidenced theory in science.
Oh, I wouldn't say that's the most evidence. I would say gravity is, because we can replicate it on any possible scale, even the most extreme. That's what I want. I want the most extreme.
Gravity literally has a
replication
tiny amount of. First of all, gravity. The understanding of gravity is still something that we functionally have little understanding of, and is only grasped by some of the most intelligent people. There is not widespread understanding, and it's not easy to teach it to. You can teach ninth graders the basics of evolution and give them a comprehensive grasp if they're actually eager to learn. Evolution has a lot of holes filled, whereas gravity, We have a lot we're still learning about it, understanding what it actually is, why it actually happens, this concept of space-time, this concept of its interactions with, or its lack of interactions with quantum particles. And as far as like the evidence of gravity goes, what we basically have is if you pick something up and you drop it, it hits the ground. That would be one kind of evidence. The types, the sheer number of evidences that point to evolution being true is vastly and massively more superior.
All right, that may be true. If there is
it is
gaps in the knowledge, that's fine. But there's gaps in everything. It's just so much to learn. But we can still just replicate the most extreme example, which is just jumping up and down. Gravity is a pulling force. That's it. But I just want an example like that for
Excuse
evolution.
me, Naz. I have never said we don't have adequate evidence to accept gravity. I have said that the amount of evidence we have for the theory of evolution exceeds the amount of evidence. It is the single most supported and robust major theory in science. I suppose you can have smaller theories of science. Like, here's my theory of water's boiling point at sea level. Well, that'd be very small. It'd be very small. But when we're talking about the theory of gravity versus the theory of evolution, you could fill up the library that contains all of the theory of evolution's evidence. If you emptied it and then put the theory of gravity's evidence in there, you wouldn't have filled up 98% of the library.
That's my only issue with evolutionary theory. That's why I don't believe in it. I just don't believe in it because if it was so true, we have all of this evidence. We have all of this evidence about the, you said it's the most supportive evidence ever. Why can't we replicate it? Why can't we have the most extreme example readily available to us? Where we literally transform a species into an entirely different species.
Because what you're saying is replicating it isn't the only way you replicate it, and you're asking why we can't do something that takes millions of years to happen naturally, or at least hundreds of thousands if you're just talking about the development of Homo erectus into Homo sapien. You basically went, here's my understanding.
It's not hard.
How? How would you like to do that? How would you replicate the Grand Canyon and it's not hard right now?
You get a terrarium. You set up a drip on top of the terrarium. You put dirt.
So some sort of micro. So you're saying some kind of, by the way, that actually wouldn't prove anything except for that water cuts it out. There's much more about the formation of the Grand Canyon, the hardening of the layers, the sediments, the differences between the layers would not be present in the experiment you just said. So your example of proving the Grand Canyon just failed. But even if we accepted it, what you are saying is we can show a piece of it. We can show a piece of it. No, you aren't talking about how it formed, because how it formed also includes the sediment layer hardening. All you are giving it is the proof that it's in the shape of water and not the entire formation in general. So when it comes to evolution, we are saying that as far as in the short term goes, we can show you anything that doesn't require a lot of time. And like your thing with the Grand Canyon, we can't show you any of the parts of the formation of the Grand Canyon that take thousands to hundreds of thousands to millions of years, but we can show you miniature versions of it that can be done in shorter periods of time. Naz, it's laughable that every example you try to give actually works against you. Anyway,
it doesn't.
Jovan,
I mean, we can take the same rock from the Grand Canyon and put it in that terrarium and then do the example as you said it should be done.
No, that would not do it. Taking a rock from the Grand Canyon would not do it. That would not change what I said. You fundamentally, the Grand Canyon wasn't just formed as in there was an existing rock and the water just cut it away. The walls of the Grand Canyon are also formed in the sediment is still put down in layers, and then the water affects the cutting of all of those things. It's all you are doing is from a micro perspective, not showing the full formation of the Grand Canyon, which would include the sediment layers. and their formation, you are just proving that water can cut through adequately with time. You are doing a micro version of what you can do in a short period of time. And we can do micro versions. You guys love to call it microevolution of what you can do in a short period of time. But if you take microevolution and you apply time, the micro compiles and then you go, wow, microevolution is possible. It seems like if we had that much time, as we know we did, you would expect a bigger amount of evolution to go. So let's go dig in these places where if we went this low, we would see that, and then we find the fossils and it turns out they're there. Naz, I don't know what to do for you. Like you are, I at first was supposed to think that you understood the challenge. You biffed the challenge on exclusive rationale. All you came up with was my answer to the challenge is that I have the right form of repentance, and it's not even particularly unique to your Christianity and your assertion on why.
Well,
and now I'm meant to take it seriously from somebody. We did get into it, and you gave a version that wasn't true. That was pivotal to it was that other people, it's like rooted in, I can't remember what words you used, like shame and bitterness or whatever. Anyway, would you like to talk to the black man now who you cut out earlier?
Oh, I'm Gucci.
Said, I'm not talking to you. Okay. Naz, I don't know what to do for you, man. If at a certain point, it's like, I would have taken you seriously, and I tried to take you seriously at first, but now if you're going to go with like a fundamental science is clearly true, now this would add to the reasons why I care whether or not you believe in Christianity, because apparently your belief in Christianity has been able to block you from accepting one of the most evident truths humankind has ever been presented with.
I mean, it's just like I haven't proven that Christianity is true by my own experiences. And then at the same time, I try to look for that same type of evidence in, literally anything else. It doesn't have to be evolution. It could be just believing in Islam or Hinduism or something like that. I try to look for the same type of evidence. I just can't find it. It's never tangible.
Okay. I don't know what I feel we're just in loops. Like, okay, my response is going to be the same thing last time you made this point. Every Mormon's going to tell you the same thing. Oh, I looked at all the alternatives, and not only did I realize they aren't as right, they're actually all wrong. Muslims are going to tell you the same things. The scientific truths in the Quran are why it's obviously true, and they knew this thousands of years before anybody else did. Okay, Naz, you have the same reasons to believe as all of those people with their stupid, stupid beliefs. All right, man. I don't know what to do. And then you don't believe in the things that factually can be proven with science and logic, as our caller Tyler / whatever likes to say, but not explain what the science and the logic are. There's a guy who would say my proof is science and logic, but never actually explain the science or the logic behind it.
Anyway, Naz, thanks for chatting with Jimmy today.
Yeah, thank you,
Bye,
guys.
Naz.
Thank you guys very much. I just wanted to come back and give my answer.
Are you okay that Jovan joined? Are you okay with Jovan just said that to you?
What?
I'm just teasing because you cut him off earlier.
Did I cut him off again?
Jovan, no. It was a joke because earlier you you pointed out that you weren't speaking to him when he made a point to you.
I get
call back when you can exclusively prove it.
What happened?
Just call back when you can exclusively prove your religion.
I can't. I'm sorry. I can't do it.
And that should be why you don't believe in it yourself.
I'll still believe in it. It doesn't. It's just.
I know.
It's just.
Okay. See you, Naz.
Whatever. We agree to disagree.
Naz, we're trying to leave.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Bye.
We're about to literally start the whole conversation over again.
It was looping.
God. Okay. Super chat time. Super chat time, everybody.
You're welcome. I just saved you 6 cents a minute by hitting that end show.
You think I wasn't going to hit it?
I don't know. You said super chat time. I
One time I didn't hit it, and I didn't notice till almost 8 hours later.
Dude, every now and then, it maybe happens twice a year, but a producer will message me and be like, I think I left it on overnight. I'm like, bummer. As long as you close the browser, I think it is, it will eventually stop itself. And so now it's just like, just always turn off the computer and we're good.
All right, let's go through our super chats today. This is the one that we fucking don't know what this shit meant. Somebody said, "Get them out of here. I have no affiliation. I hate both sides equally." I don't fucking.
What are the sides? What side am I allegedly on?
I just don't understand what you spent $50 for. It seems like
it might not have been directed at us.
Maybe. If not, thanks for the $50. If so, seems like a waste of money.
Did we disagree on anything early in the show?
This was before we even had a single caller.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Katie Iron Fist said Jovan the assistant. That was crazy.
That kind of came back at the end there.
Yeah, right. Katie also said Jeff needs his diaper. True. Thank you for the super chats, Katie. 49 Perfects said, I'm giving this specifically because Jeff inspired me to. Thank you. We love when the racists make me money. It's the best. Frost King said, Jeff is upset a black man took his wife and money. Oh, shit. True. So true. Thank you for the super chat. From 20th Century said, Jeff is scum. Jovan is fucking rad. Jimmy, go fuck yourself. What a true comment. What an absolute Chad of a comment.
I do want to say to the person who said it in chat, let me see if I can find them. Quantum mechanics is not more supported. It is more accepted. It is more generally accepted amongst physicists than like the universal acceptance of quantum mechanics is more universal. But I hopefully I made it clear. When we just talk about the sheer robust and diverse amount of evidence for evolution, the categories of things that independently prove evolution, because again, you don't even need any of the stuff that he was asking. When are we going to be able to macroevolution in a decade or whatever in a lab? That the size of the evidence is more robust for evolution than any other theory.
True. Corey Springer sent $10 and said, now you have $25,010, which is bigger than Jeff's number. That's funny. Misha said, Jonathan seems a good dude so far. Super said that all these decent people with trauma are taken advantage of by religion. I agree.
Bro, someone in a super chat had said Jeff is menstruating, and now I'm like, he's on his period. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
He's
I've
emotional.
not heard these.
Sorensen said, I cannot believe he insulted your genetics 4 minutes into the call. I can't fathom being that angry. Did you clock that he was using Asperger's as a slur?
Who did that?
That racist dude?
I didn't even hear a person say Asperger's.
He was saying, hold on, where is it? One of my mods caught it.
I just heard sodomite.
No. He was saying we're like spurging out.
Oh, I kind of like that.
Which, I mean, it's weird to hear somebody mention a diagnosis that doesn't exist anymore.
But you know, I don't mind when people still feel attached to it because it's the thing they were raised with. Yeah, I know, I get it. It was named after whoever and everything, but it's like, it's what you were raised with. It's what you had. If you're too much of a dick about it, which, you know, fair enough. That kind of could be a symptom. But anyway, I don't mind. But like, I don't know, saying I was spurging out, I'm like, so what? I maintain total consistency? Like, I refuse to let you distract me with your human emotional appeals? Like, what is spurging out? That's not, I'm taking that as a compliment and you can't stop me.
Your mans and Dems said Jeff has a micro 100%. True. Katie Ironfist
insult to micros.
Katie Ironfist said, like the stream. Y'all better like the stream. I know it's late, but like it now. Dexter 940 said both lineages go to Joseph, who's not the father of Jesus. The prophecies say that the Messiah will come from the body of David, precludes fulfillment by adoption. Jesus is not from the line of David. True, because Joseph is not Jesus's father. So I don't think I sent that one. There it is.
Is anyone going to get some soups on my side so I have something to read before we're over? I do have the old ones.
Misha again said, Andrew is the reason I side-eye every single man I meet from New Jersey now till they assure me they are not, their name is not Andrew. Yo, it's kind of funny. He called twice, but didn't get through once. So I'm still upset.
Somebody said that Lux banned him because he apparently defended raping teenage girls. I don't know. I didn't see it.
I'm really upset we didn't get that fascist caller to stay on the phone.
Yeah,
rest in peace. Junie McGraw
you
said,
to get called the N-word again?
A little bit. Junie McGraw said, do y'all pay Andrew or something? He's always here. Jimmy, show her the line. Andrew has never called into mine personally. The only reason I think he called in is because Jimmy was also live on his. I think Andrew stalks Jimmy's page and the line pages. Mortham VT said, Jonathan from earlier reminded me of my grandpa who's deep into Calvary Chapel brand Christianity. Damn. Joshua Everett said, Naz has, well, I can pull off leather pants energy. That's kind of funny. God Sinner said, don't know how y'all make it through calls like Naz. I was fucking on Amazon. I don't know how Jimmy did it. At this point, I only believe to God to make it easier to arrive. Love y'all from Caracal. And then finally, William Matt said, if you read this, you must send me a pic. This is a non-legally not binding not contract. I'll send you feet pics of a cat and you'll like it.
Michaelo says, here you go, Jimmy. You can read this. Thank you, Michaelo, or Michaelo. I don't know which one it is. Mira had said, hashtag Bandrew. Epic Stories. It said, no more Andrew. Foxy Illuminata said, good Lord, no Andrew, please. Didn't he get banned? Eek the Cat says, yay, here you go. Please comically drop Andrew. Andrew did see himself through the door. Mystic Mind says, when God gives you lemons, you find a new God. Only internet oldies will get this reference. My only lemon thing, when life gives you lemons, and then there's the lemon stealing whores from the best porno intro.
My mind always goes to the Andy Milonakis theme song.
Okay.
It's a deep cut for anyone who remembers Andy Milonakis on MTV.
Andrew said she didn't say no, so maybe she wanted it. Bro.
Huh?
He'll find out because Andrew's on a path to prison.
Path to prison.
He'll learn.
Crazy.
He'll suddenly understand consent a lot better. Oh, Liz Chris says, really didn't watch, so I don't have much to say, but here's a chat anyway, so you have something to read. Thank you, Liz Chris. And Never Had a Bidet says, I tune in just in time for my favorite part, the end, when Jimmy stops talking. JK, I love hearing you here. I love hearing you love hearing yourself. I wish I loved hearing myself. I love being heard, though.
All right. Well, everybody, thank you for calling in. Thank you for watching. I will be live tomorrow for an After Dark stream around 9 o'clock. So you guys can check that. Then, I don't remember what the rest of my week looks like. But be easy, be breezy, be beautiful, be cover girl, everybody. Okay? Okay. Bye.